Welcome to the breaking point, a werewolf fated made romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There is snark, steam, and a make bond neither of them asked for, but cannot escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you will find stories here that pull you in, and do not let go. If you are into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you are in the right place. Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. Hit that subscribe button, and let us dive in. The sound of shattering glass, crystalline, high-pitched, like 1,000 tiny screams, cut through the greasy morning air, followed by a woman's scream that could have peeled paint off the packhouse walls. Sun hung low behind bruised clouds, casting slanted beams through the warped windows, illuminating motes of dust that swirled like golden confetti in the chaos. Alpha Koda Thorn closed his eyes, the weight of his exhaustion pressing against his lids like a lead blanket. He counted to 10, the numbers muffled beneath the acrid tang of cigarette smoke curling from the cracked vents in the ceiling. 20. The stale scent of burnt coffee from the half-empty mug on his desk mixed with the musk of old leather from his chair. He gave up and shoved his chair back, the legs screeching against the warped linoleum, sending a shock of pain up his spine. Budget reports lay forgotten, ink smudged, pages curled at the edges. Beneath a faint dusting of flour, at a smear of something darker, like congealed blood. He did not have to go far. The screaming was coming from the kitchen. Fucking bitch tried to. Oh, the audacity, Koda thought, the words dripping with venom like hot oil spatter. I tried to. You are the one who... Jenna's retort was sharp as the claws she now unsheathed, the metallic snick-snick of their deployment slicing through the argument. Both of you, enough. Koda's voice cracked through the chaos, a whiplash of sound that made the air vibrate. For approximately 3 seconds, the two women froze. Mara, one of his patrol wolves, her silver-streaked hair matted with flour, had Jenna, the supposed head of kitchen staff, by the hair. The scent of Jenna's terror was thick, sour, like overripe fruit. Her face, flushed plum red, was inches from the floor as her claws hovered a breath from Mara's throat. The kitchen behind them looked like a bomb had gone off. Powdered flour clung to the tiles like fresh snow, mottled with sludge. Egg yolk, once golden, now oozing a pale brown as it slid down cabinet doors. A pot, its ceramic glaze chipped, lay overturned on the floor. Its contents, something that smelled like it had died twice, a rotting meatiness drowned in a sulphurous stench, spread across the tile in a greasy pool. The air was humid, thick with the cloying perfume of despair. She threw the breakfast pot at me, Mara snarled, her grip knuckled white. Would of Jenna's hair ties into her fingers, the strands slick with egg and sweat. Because you came in here making demands, I asked for food for the fucking patrol. We have been out there for 6 hours, and I told you we are busy. Busy, Koda's enforcer, Garrett, appeared in the doorway behind him, his boots crunching through flour and eggshell fragments. He took in the scene with the flat, exhausted expression of a man who would stop being surprised by anything. The air around him smelled of old motor oil and resignation. The elders have not eaten. The pups are in the rake room eating granola bars from someone's personal stash, because there was no breakfast. But you are busy? His voice was a low growl, the kind that made Koda's wolf flinch. Enna's face flushed a deeper red, her breath ragged. We had a schedule conflict. You had a power struggle, Garrett said quietly, the words a blade wrapped in velvet. Again. Koda raised both hands, trying to project calm he absolutely did not feel. His palms prickled with sweat, the leather of his sleeves sticky against his skin. Okay, let us all just... Mara, let go of Jenna. Jenna, put your claws away. We are going to talk about this like what, Koda? Mara released Jenna, with a shove that sent the other woman stumbling. Flour puffed up around her feet like disturbed snow. Like adults? Like a pack? We have been talking for 6 goddamn years and nothing changes. The heat of her rage radiated off her in waves, the scent of it acrid and sharp. That is not, it is fair, Garrett interrupted him, and the betrayal in his enforcer's eyes, clouded, storm gray, made something twist in Koda's gut like a fist around his diaphragm. She is right. Before Koda could respond, the beta Marcus stuck his head through the other kitchen entrance. The dim morning light caught the edge of his furrowed brow, the furrow deep enough to trap dust. Koda, we've got a situation at the med bay. Of course they did. The med bay looked like a crime scene. No, it looked like a crime scene that had been abandoned mid-investigation and left to rot. Cabinets hung off their hinges, their metal frames twisted like scrunched wire. Medical supplies, gauze, syringes, rubber gloves were scattered across every surface, some dissolving in puddles of brownish liquid. Blood-stained sheets were still wadded in the corner, their crimson tracery now dulled to a muddy rust. The air was cold, humming with the sterile chill of broken refrigeration, yet reeking of decay. The faintest trace of antiseptic lingered, drowned out by the stench of abandonment. Jesus Christ, Koda breathed. The words felt dry in his throat, like sand. Yeah. Marcus stood beside him, arms crossed, his jaw tight enough that the tendons stood out like knotted rope. The beta was usually the calm one, the steady one. Right now, he looked like he wanted to put his fist through a wall, his breath fogging in the cold. Nadine was just here asking for bandages, for her son. He scraped his knee on the playground. And there are no bandages, because no one's restocked, no one's cleaned, no one's done a goddamn thing to make this space usable since Kira and Sasha tore it apart. Marcus's voice vibrated with controlled fury. Koda's wolf stirred uneasily under his skin, prickling at the nape of his neck. Where are they? Where are Kira and Sasha? Kira's on patrol. Sasha's in her cabin. They are not speaking to each other naturally, but they are also not fixing any of this. Marcus turned to face him fully, the dim light casting sharp shadows across his face. And you know why? Because you did not make them. You mediated. You talked it out. You made them apologize to each other, but you did not make them face the consequences of what they did. They were fighting over I do not give a shit what they were fighting over. Marcus's voice cracked, a jagged sound like splintering wood. Koda realized with a jolt that his beta was furious. Actually, genuinely furious. This bay has been unusable for 5 days. 5 days, Koda. We had that robe sighting 3 days ago. You remember? The one where Mara and Janet were too busy fighting to notice robes on our border. What if someone had gotten hurt? What if we would needed this space and it was not here? Koda's mouth went dry. The metallic aftertaste of panic rose on his tongue. We would have died. Marcus stepped closer, his breath ragged, dropping his voice to a near whisper. I am your beta. Garrett's your enforcer, but you will not let us do our jobs. Every time I try to implement consequences, you override me. Every time Garrett tries to maintain order, you soften it. And now look around, Koda. Look at what your kindness has built. The truth of it hit like a physical blow, a cold, lead weight settling in his chest. Koda looked, really looked. The medbay was not the only thing falling apart. The whole territory reeked of dysfunction. The training grounds were empty more often than not, because no one respected the schedule. The schoolhouse was in chaos. He would gotten 3 complaints this week alone about the teachers showing up late or not at all, about pups getting into fights with no supervision, about allergy information that was not tracked and could have gotten someone killed. The ambient hum of the territory felt off, like a string too taut, vibrating with stress. The patrol rotations were a joke. Women ignored assignments, demanding different shifts or partners, and when Garrett tried to enforce the roster, they would come crying to Koda about being treated unfairly. The gravel paths to the outpost crunched underfoot with the grit of neglect, the air thick with the tang of unweathered tension. The men had stopped trying. Most of them did their jobs and kept their heads down, but there was resentment in their eyes now, a bitterness. They would watch their alpha spend 6 years catering to the loudest voices, the most dramatic complaints, the women who weaponized tears and accusations of not being heard. The scent of resignation clung to them like a second skin, and the worst part, the part that made Koda's wolf whine in shame, was that Marcus was right. He would beat this. Every soft word, every mediated piece that did not address the root issue, every time he would undermine his own command structure to avoid being seen as harsh or unfair, or, God forbid, anything like his brother. I was trying to be better, Koda said quietly, the words tasteless, flat. Braxton runs his pack like a military unit. Everyone's terrified of him. I did not want, but his wolves trust him, Garrett said from the doorway. Koda had not heard him approach, the man's movements as silent as a shadow. The scent of his leather jacket and machine oil lingered behind him as he spoke. His medbay does not sit trashed for 5 days. His wolves do not let robes through, because they are too busy having petty power struggles. His elders and pups do not go hungry, because the kitchen's a war zone. His wolves also do not trust him. Yes, they do. Marcus's voice was firm, granite. They absolutely do. Because he keeps them safe. Because he makes the hard calls. Because when he gives an order, it gets followed, and everyone knows where they stand. Koda wanted to argue, wanted to defend himself, but he was so tired. 6 years of this. 6 years of trying to hold everything together with soft words and compromises, watching it all slip through his fingers anyway, the weight of it pressed against his lungs. "What do you want me to do?" he asked finally. Garrett and Marcus exchanged a look, the kind that had weathered battles and hushed conversations long after moonrise. "Call Braxton," Garrett said. Koda waited until nightfall to make the call, partly because he needed time to work up the nerve, partly because he knew what was coming, and he was not ready to face it in daylight, when the weight of his failures felt heavier. The territory outside his cabin was hushed, the wind carrying the damp scent of pinwood, and the faint, chemical sting of ozone from a long-gone storm. The overhead light flickered, casting his shadow long on the cracked concrete floor. The video call connected, and his brother's face filled the screen, rectangle of blue light. Braxton Thorne looked like what he was, an alpha in full control of his power. Older than Koda by 4 years, broader through the shoulders, with the kind of presence that made even other alphas think twice. His dark hair was pulled back, the scent of pine resin and iron beneath his cologne. His jaw was set, the stubble there catching the cold light of his office. And his eyes, the same gold as Koda's, held a sharpness that missed nothing, the irises pinpricks of fire in a face carved from stone. "Little brother," Braxton said, and his tone was neutral, a taut wire between them, not warm, not cold, just careful. "It has been a while, yeah." Koda rubbed his face, the skin dry, the motion jarring. "Listen, I need help." Those gold eyes sharpened further, the pupils dilating just slightly. "What kind of help?" "The kind where I admit my pack is falling apart, and I do not know how to fix it." Braxton was quiet for a long moment, the hum of his office on the other end, paper shuffling, the low murmur of a distant voice, was muffled but present. Then, "Tell me." So Koda did, all of it. The fighting, the trashed medbay, the failed patrols, the kitchen disasters, the unfed elders and pups, the schooling chaos, the way his wolves ignored his beta and enforcer because they knew they could just appeal to Koda directly and get whatever they wanted. Braxton listened without interrupting. His expression did not change, but Koda could see the gears turning, the alpha calculating just how bad things had gotten. "How long has it been like this?" Braxton asked finally. "It has been building for years, but it has gotten critical in the last few months. Why did not you call sooner?" The question cut deep. "I thought I could fix it myself. I thought if I just kept trying, kept talking things through." "Koda." Braxton's voice was gentle now, which somehow made it worse. "You cannot talk your way through a pack that does not respect you. They respect. They walk all over you. There is a difference." Braxton leaned back in his chair. "You want my help, I will give it to you. But you are not going to like it." Koda's stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" I mean, I am going to send Rune." The name hit like a punch. Koda had heard of Rune. Everyone had. Braxton's head enforcer. A woman with a reputation for being absolutely brutal, completely uncompromising, and scary as hell. The stories about her ranged from impressive to terrifying, and Koda had never been entirely sure which ones were exaggerated. "Brax, I do not think. She's the only one who can help you." Braxton's tone left no room for argument. "Your pack needs structure, discipline, and consequences. Rune will give them all 3. But," he leaned forward and his expression went deadly serious, "you cannot undermine her, not once." not even a little. If you override her, soften her calls, or make her look weak in front of your pack, I will pull her out immediately, and I will recommend to the council that your pack be dissolved." The words landed like stones. Dissolved? You are on the brink, Koda. One more rogue breach because your patrols are distracted. One more emergency with a non-functional medbay. One more pup who does not get fed because the adults are playing power games. Any of those could end in tragedy. And the council does not let packs stay together when they are a danger to themselves and others. Koda's hands were shaking. "You really think it is that bad? I think you already know it is." "That is why you called." Braxton's voice softened again. "I want to help you. Rune wants to help you. But this only works if you trust us." "Trust her? Can you do that?" Could he? Could he hand control of his failing pack over to a woman he would never met, with a reputation for being ruthless, and just trust that it would work out? But what was the alternative? Keep going like this until someone dies, until the council stepped in and scattered his pack to the winds. "Okay," Koda said quietly. "Send her." Braxton nodded once. "She will be on a plane tomorrow." "Koda." He waited until Koda met his eyes. "This is going to hurt. She's going to tear into you, into your pack. She's going to break things that feel important and rebuild from the ground up. It will not be gentle. I know. No, you do not. But you will." Braxton's expression was almost sympathetic. "Do not undermine her, no matter what." The call ended. Koda sat in the darkness of his office, listening to the sounds of his pack house, raised voices from somewhere downstairs, a door slamming. The tense, brittle quality of a pack that had forgotten how to function as one. Tomorrow, Rune will arrive, and everything was about to change. The plane touched down at 4:47 a.m., its tires screeching against the worn asphalt, so Koda felt his stomach twist with a mix of anxiety and apprehension. The late afternoon sun cast a warm, golden glow over the small regional terminal, illuminating the faded signs and weathered buildings. As he watched the plane taxi to the gate, the smell of jet fuel and freshly cut grass wafted through the air, teasing his senses. Somewhere on that plane was the woman who was either going to save his pack or burn it to the ground. He would spend the last 24 hours trying to prepare his wolves for what was coming. Town hall meeting, careful explanations, promises that this was temporary, that Rune was here to help, that everyone just needed to cooperate, and things would get better. The responses had ranged from skeptical to outright hostile, with some wolves crossing their arms and scowling, while others whispered among themselves, their eyes darting towards Koda with a mix of fear and resentment. Now standing in the small airport parking lot with Marcus and Garrett flanking him, Koda watched passengers disembark down the rolling stairs. Families with tired children and overstuffed luggage carts made their way to the terminal, while business travelers, typing away on their phones, rushed to catch their next flight. An elderly couple moved slowly, their wrinkled hands clasped together, as they gazed out at the unfamiliar surroundings. The sound of car engines, murmured conversations, and wailing children filled the air, creating a sense of chaotic normalcy. Then, Rune did not walk down those stairs. She prowled, her long legs eating up the distance as she moved with a fluid, predatory grace. 6 feet of leather and ink and controlled violence, her very presence seemed to warp the air around her, making the other passengers shrink away. Her black leather jacket was worn soft with age, the creases and scuffs telling stories of countless battles and hard-won victories. Fitted black jeans tucked into motorcycle boots that had seen some shit, the soles scuffed and the buckles scratched, gave her an air of rugged, unapologetic power. Dark hair pulled back in a messy knot that looked effortlessly careless, a few stray strands framing her face, added to her aura of quiet, deadly confidence. As she reached the tarmac, she pulled out a cigarette and lit it, the flame from the lighter casting a brief, golden glow on her face. The smell of cigarette smoke, rich and acrid, mingled with the scent of leather and a hint of something sharp, like gun oil, wafted from her. The sound of the flame, the soft crackle of the cigarette, and the low, throaty purr of her voice as she took a drag all blended to create a sense of dark, alluring danger. "Holy shit," Marcus breathed beside him, his voice barely audible over the pounding of Koda's heart. Rune locked eyes with Koda across the parking lot, her gaze dark, sharp, and completely unbothered by the nervous energy radiating off him. Her eyes, a piercing green, seemed to bore into his very soul, as if sizing him up, weighing his strengths and weaknesses. The air around her seemed to vibrate with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks, as she crossed the lot like she owned it. Like she owned everything within a 50-mile radius, and was just waiting for someone to challenge that fact. Koda Thorn? Her voice was exactly what he would expected, low, gravelly, with a rough edge that suggested she did not waste time on pleasantries. The sound sent a shiver down his spine, a mix of fear and anticipation. "That is me, you must be Rune." She took another drag, looking him up and down in a way that made him feel weighed, measured, and found wanting. Smoke curled around her face, casting a haze over her features as she stepped closer, close enough that he could smell the cigarette smoke and leather, and something sharp underneath. Gun oil, maybe. Braxton's head enforcer. "Before we go any further, let us get one fucking thing straight." Her voice dropped to a low, menacing growl, the words dripping with a quiet, lethal intensity. As she spoke, the air around them seemed to grow heavier, the shadows deepening, as if night itself was falling, drawn to the darkness that emanated from her. The sound of distant cars, the hum of the terminal, and the murmur of conversations all faded into the background, leaving only the two of them, locked in a silent, primal dance. "You undermine me even once and I am gone, and when I am gone your pack is fucked. Are we clear?" The words hung in the air, a challenge, promise, and a warning all rolled into one. Crystal. Koda's voice was barely above a whisper, his heart racing with a mix of fear and anticipation. "Good." She turned her attention to Marcus and Garrett, her gaze lingering on them for a moment before she turned back to Koda. "Beta, and Enforcer?" The question was a soft, probing thing, like a knife slipped between the ribs. "Yes, ma'am," Marcus said, his voice firm, but with a hint of weariness. Rune's mouth twitched, a small wry smile playing on her lips. "Do not call me ma'am. Makes me feel like somebody's grandmother. It is just Rune." She flicked ash onto the pavement, the sound of the ash hitting the ground, a small, sharp crack, like a tiny explosion. "So, who wants to give me the rundown on exactly how bad things have gotten, or should I just wait and see the shit show for myself?" As she spoke, the shadows around them seemed to grow longer, the air thickening with an almost palpable sense of tension, as if the very fate of the pack hung in the balance. The sound of her voice, low and husky, seemed to weave a spell around them, drawing them in, making them want to confess their deepest secrets, to bare their souls to her. Garrett cleared his throat, the sound like a small, hesitant cough. "It is comprehensive." Rune's smile had teeth in it, a cold, mirthless thing, like the glint of steel in the sunlight. "Comprehensive, right." Her voice dripped with sarcasm, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. "Let me guess. Women fighting over every goddamn thing because no one's ever made them face consequences. Men checked out because their alpha will not let them do their jobs. Command structure shot to hell. Critical areas like the medbay and kitchens are in chaos. Patrol is unreliable. Pups and elders are neglected. How am I doing?" The silence that followed was damning, a heavy, oppressive thing that seemed to crush the air from their lungs. The only sound was the distant hum of the terminal, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the soft, ragged breathing of the three men, as they stood there, frozen, waiting for Rune's next move. "Thought so." Rune ground the cigarette out under her boot, the sound of the crush of the butt, a small, sharp crunch, like the snapping of a twig. "Okay, here is how this works. I am not here to make friends." Her voice trailed off, the words hanging in the air like a challenge, as she gazed at Koda, her eyes glinting with a cold, hard light. The drive to Packlands took 20 minutes, the sun dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. The air grew cooler, the scent of cut grass and earth rising to meet them, as they turned onto the winding road that led to the pack's territory. Rune spent 15 of those minutes tearing Koda apart with surgical precision, her words cutting deep, like a scalpel slicing through flesh. As they drove, the trees grew closer together, the canopy overhead thickening, casting the road in a cool, green gloom. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the creak of branches, and the soft, muted rumble of the engine all blended to create a sense of peaceful, rural isolation. But Rune's words, her voice low and husky, like a snake slithering through the grass, cut through the tranquility, leaving Koda feeling raw and exposed, like a wound that refused to heal. "So let me get this straight," she said, gazing out the window, her eyes fixed on some point in the distance. "Your beta tries to implement consequences, and you override him." Words hung in the air, a challenge, an accusation, and a condemnation all rolled into one. Koda's hands tightened on the steering wheel, the leather creaking beneath his fingers, as he felt a surge of defensiveness rise in him. "I do not always." "Shut up, I am not done." Rune's voice cut through his, a sharp, metallic sound, like a knife slicing through the air. "Your enforcer attempts to maintain patrol discipline, and women come crying to you about being treated unfairly. And instead of sending them back to the enforcer and backing his authority, you, what? Mediate." The question was a soft, probing thing, like a finger poking at a wound, making it throb with pain. Koda's face burned with shame, his eyes dropping to the road ahead, as he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I was trying to find middle ground." "There is no middle ground between functional and chaos." Rune's voice was matter-of-fact, not cruel, just true. The words hung in the air, a stark, unvarnished truth, like a mirror reflecting his own failures. As they turned onto Packlands, the sun touching the horizon, casting everything in shades of amber and shadow, Rune's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharpening, like a wolf on the hunt. The pack house rose ahead, a sprawling complex that should have felt alive with the sounds of dinner prep, of wolves gathering, of community. Instead, it felt dead. Silence was oppressive, a heavy, suffocating thing that seemed to crush the air from their lungs. The only sound was the distant hum of crickets, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the soft, muted rumble of the engine as they pulled to a stop in front of the pack house. Rune noticed immediately, her eyes locking onto the two quiet buildings, the lack of movement, the absence of anything that felt like a healthy pack. "Stop the truck," she said, her voice low and even, like a command. Koda stopped, the engine dying, the silence that followed a heavy, oppressive thing, like a blanket suffocating them. Rune climbed out, shutting the door harder than necessary, the sound echoing through the stillness, like a shot. She stood in the gravel drive, head tilted, scenting the air like a wolf on the hunt, her eyes narrowing, her gaze sharpening, as she took in the deserted courtyard, the empty buildings, and the overall sense of desolation. "It is almost 6 p.m., she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where are your kitchen sounds? Where's the noise from the pack house? Where's the smell of dinner cooking?" The air was thick with the scent of earth and grass, but beneath that, Koda could smell the faint tang of decay, like something rotting, something dying. He exchanged a glance with Marcus Otway, his eyes dropping to the ground as if ashamed. "The kitchens have been inconsistent lately," Koda said, the words feeling like a weak excuse, a pathetic attempt to justify the pack's failures. Rune's voice was flat, her tone unyielding, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. "Inconsistent? Is that what we are calling a complete failure of basic pack function now? Inconsistent?" Koda felt a surge of defensiveness rise in him, but before he could speak, Rune cut him off, her voice low, even, like a command. "I do not give a shit about excuses. Get every wolf in this pack to the main courtyard, now." The word hung in the air, a challenge, a command, and a warning all rolled into one, as Koda felt a shiver run down his spine, a mix of fear and anticipation. The silence that followed was oppressive, a heavy, suffocating thing, like a blanket crushing the air from their lungs as they stood there, frozen, waiting for Rune's next move. "Rune, it is dinner time. People are settling in for the evening." She stepped close enough that he could see the gold flecks in her dark eyes. "Let me explain something to you, Alpha. Your pack is broken because you have let them decide when and how they want to follow orders. That ends tonight. So either you call them to the courtyard, or I will. Your choice." Garrett cleared his throat. "I will make the call." "Good man." Rune did not take her eyes off Koda. "And you are going to stand there with me and not say a single fucking word unless I tell you to. Understand?" Koda's wolf was snarling at the challenge, But the human part of him, the part that had made that desperate call to Braxton, who knew things could not continue like this, forced himself to nod. Outstanding. Rune turned toward the courtyard. Let us meet your pack. The wolves came slowly, reluctantly, shooting confused and irritated glances toward Koda as they gathered in the courtyard. The space was large enough to hold the entire pack, about 60 wolves, but they clustered in small, fractured groups rather than standing together as a cohesive unit. The women were loud about their displeasure. Multiple voices rose above the general murmur. In the middle of dinner, who the hell does she think? Koda did not say anything about. The men were quieter, but Koda could see the resentment and exhaustion in their faces. How many times had they been through this? How many emergency meetings? How many attempts to address problems that never got fixed? Rune stood at the front of the courtyard, watching them gather, with an expression of mild interest, like she was observing a science experiment or a pack of feral dogs. Two women near the back were arguing in increasingly loud voices. Koda recognized them, Sheila and Morgan, two fighters who had been on-again, off-again enemies for the past year. Told you to stay out of my way. Your way? Last I checked, this was packland, not your personal. Their voices rose. A few other wolves shifted uncomfortably, but no one intervened. This was normal. This was just another day in Koda's pack. Rune went very still. Then she moved. 1 second, she was standing at the front. Next, she was cutting through the crowd like a blade, and before anyone could process what was happening, she had both women by their hair. Sheila shrieked. Morgan tried to twist away. Rune's grip did not waver. She dragged them both, literally dragged them, boots scraping against the courtyard stones, to the center of the space. Then she released them with a shove that sent them stumbling. The entire pack had gone silent. Finish it, Rune said calmly. Both women stared at her. What? You were fighting. Finish it. Rune crossed her arms. Right here. Right now. Whatever you were arguing about. Settle it. I will wait. Sheila's face flushed. We were not actually. It sounded like fighting to me. Rune's voice was pleasant, conversational. All that yelling, all that posturing. So either you have got something real to fight about, or you have been wasting everyone's time with bullshit drama. Which is it? Morgan's mouth opened and closed. We were just what? Just creating chaos? Just making noise? Rune took a step closer, and both women flinched. Here's the thing, ladies. I have been on your territory for exactly, she checked a watch on her wrist, 47 minutes. And in that time, I have learned that this pack has forgotten how to function like wolves. You have forgotten what real consequences look like. You have forgotten that actions have weight. She turned to address the entire pack now, her voice carrying easily across the courtyard. So let me introduce myself properly. My name is Rune. I am Braxton Thorne's head enforcer. Your Alpha called for help because this pack is falling apart, and I am here to put it back together. But I am not here to be your friend. I am not here to mediate your feelings. I am not here to give a shit about your ego or your drama or your personal fucking problems. The silence was absolute. I am here to make sure this pack survives, and if you think that is going to be comfortable, think again. She let the silence stretch. Here is how this works. Starting tomorrow morning, there will be a roster call at 5 a.m. Everyone attends. No exceptions. You do not show up. She paused, eyes sweeping the courtyard. I burn your mattress. A few nervous laughs. Then people realized she was not joking. You think I am kidding? Rune's smile was sharp. Try me. I do not make threats. I make promises. And I promise you, every single one of you, that the rules have changed. No more running to the Alpha to override your enforcer. No more bypassing the Beta because you do not like what he says. No more power plays in the kitchens while pups go hungry. That shit ends tonight. She surveyed the pack with those sharp, dark eyes, saying nothing. You have been allowed to act like children for too long, and maybe that is comfortable. Maybe that is easy, but it is also going to get you killed. Her voice went cold. Robes are slipping through your borders because your fighters are too busy brawling to do their jobs. Your medbay is non-functional. Your most vulnerable, pups and elders. This pack is one bad day away from tragedy, and every single one of you is responsible. Koda watched his wolves' faces. Shame, anger, resistance. but also, especially among the men, something that looked like relief. So here is what is going to happen, Rune continued. Starting tomorrow, we will rebuild. Department by department, system by system, and you are going to follow orders, respect the chain of command, and remember what it means to be part of a pack, instead of a collection of selfish assholes playing power games. Questions? The silence stretched. Then from somewhere in the middle of the crowd, man's voice. What if we do not show up to roster call? Rune's smile was all teeth. Then you would better really love sleeping on the floor, because I am not fucking around about the mattresses. She looked around the courtyard one more time. 5 a.m. Courtyard. Do not be late. She turned her back on the pack, a deliberate show of their confidence or insanity, and walked toward Koda. Where is your office? She asked quietly. Pack house, 2nd floor. Good. You, me, your beta, and your enforcer. We need to talk. She glanced back at the pack, still frozen in various stages of shock. And them, let them sit with this for a while. Let them think about what happens tomorrow if they decide to test me. As they walked toward the pack house, Koda heard the murmurs starting behind them. Disbelief, anger, fear. But he also heard something else. A low voice, male, talking to another. Thank fuck, finally. And another quieter. Did you see Garrett's face? The man looked like he could breathe for the first time in months. Rune glanced at him sidelong. You are not stopping me. No. Good. She did not look back. Because we are just getting started, Alpha. And it is going to get a hell of a lot worse before it gets better. Koda believed her. But for the first time in 6 years, he also believed his pack might actually survive. Rune stood in the courtyard at 4:45 a.m., watching the pack house windows light up one by one as wolves scrambled out of bed. Each pane glowed amber, casting long golden rectangles across the frostbitten stone path. The air was cold enough to sting, that pre-dawn chill that settled into bones and made everything feel sharper, more real, crystalline, like the world had been dipped in ice. Frost clung to the grass at the edges of the courtyard, glittering like crushed glass under the fading starlight, which was now bleeding into the deep purple of approaching sunrise. Overhead, the last faint pinpricks of stars blurred into a dusky indigo, their light swallowed by the encroaching bruise of dawn. She had been out here since 4, coffee in hand, waiting. The mud was chipped at the rim, its ceramic surface warm to the touch, despite the cold, steam curling upward in thin, ragged strands. The rich, acrid perfume of dark roast hung in the air, mingling with the sharp tang of pine sap from the evergreens bordering the yard. Behind her, she could hear Garrett doing a quiet head count as wolves emerged from various buildings: the pack house, the row of cabins along the eastern edge, the apartments above the communal spaces. Footsteps crunched over frozen gravel. Doors groaned open on creaking hinges. They came stumbling, half awake, their breath misting in the cold air like ghostly smoke. Some wore sleep-tousled furrows. Others dragged thick woolen blankets over flannel shirts and boxers. The scent of unwashed bodies, stale sweat, and the faint coppery tang of blood, old scrapes from nightly patrols, clung to them. A few whispered to one another, their voices hoarse with sleep, while others muttered curses under their breath. Fear or curiosity, or the simple instinct that told them this woman was not bluffing, pulled them forward in a sluggish, shivering tide. By 4:58 a.m., most of the pack had gathered. Koda stood off to her right, arms crossed, face carefully neutral. His military jacket, worn, frayed at the cuffs, clung to his broad frame, the wool rough against his skin. Marcus was beside him, his hand resting on the hilt of a hunting knife, the blade catching the dim light with a faint shiver of steel. Garrett was still counting, his voice a low murmur as he ticked names off a weathered notepad, the paper crackling under his finger. Rune checked her watch. The luminous hands swept past the numeral 4, 2 minutes. The wolves were quiet now, huddled in their groups, breath misting in the cold air. Some looked angry, their eyes slitted like cornered animals. Others wore the wary, twitchy expressions of prey. A few of the men, their beards flecked with frost, leaned forward, almost anticipatory. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. the crispness of the morning sharpening every sense. 5/8. Rune checked her watch, then turned to face them. "Garrett," she called, not loudly, but her voice carried. A stone skipped across a pond, sharp and unyielding. "Final count? 57 present," Garrett said. His voice was steady, but she could hear the edge underneath, a tight wire beneath velvet. He knew what was coming. 60 wolves in the pack, 3 missing. Names? Garrett consulted his list. Sheila, Morgan, and Kira. Rune's smile was cold enough to match the morning air, sharp as a blade dragged over ice. Outstanding. Her gaze swept the courtyard, lingering on the tangle of cold, restless bodies. "Everyone, stay exactly where you are. Do not fucking move. I will be right back." She walked toward the pack house, and the crowd parted for her like water. Their eyes followed her, dark and unblinking, as she passed. The wooden planks of the porch groaned under her boots, the scent of old sawdust and linseed oil rising from the floorboards. Sheila's room was on the second floor, the third door on the left. Rune did not bother knocking. The door was not locked. Poor security, she would address that later, and she shoved it open to find Sheila still in bed, buried under blankets, clearly hoping this would all blow over. "Get up," Rune said. Sheila jerked awake, eyes going wide, pale blue of them almost glowing in the dim light. "What the?" I said. "Get up." Rune crossed to the bed, her boots thudding against the floor. The mattress springs groaned as she grabbed the edge, her knuckles pale against the dark, rumpled sheets. She flipped the mattress with a single, brutal motion. Sheila went tumbling to the floor with a shriek, tangled in sheets and blankets the color of mud. "Are you fucking crazy?" The scent of her fear was acrid, sweat and sour milk. "Nope. Just a woman of my word." Rune grabbed one end of the mattress and started dragging it toward the door. "You were told 5 a.m. roster call. You did not show." "This," she yanked the mattress through the doorway, wood scraping against wood, "is what happens. You cannot." "I can. I did." Rune did not pause. "Now get the fuck out of my way before I drag you down the stairs too." Sheila scrambled backwards, still wrapped in her sheet, lips chattering as Rune hauled the full-size mattress down the hallway. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting sickly green shadows on the walls. At the stairs, she shoved it over the edge and let gravity do the work, the mattress tumbling end over end, until it landed with a heavy thump in the main foyer. Rune followed it down. Behind her, she could hear Sheila's door slam, a bang like a gunshot. Morgan's cabin was next. The wood was damp with frost, the scent of wet dog fur and old coffee lingering in the drive. Inside, Morgan was still in pajamas, striped flannel and cotton shorts, and her breath came in visible puffs as Rune hauled her mattress like a sack of grain. Kira's apartment was closer, its door ajar. The mattress there was stained with wine and smoke, the smell of burned incense still clinging to the frame. By the time Rune emerged back into the courtyard, she had all 3 mattresses piled in the center of the space, and the entire pack was staring in varying degrees of shock and horror. Sheila, Morgan, and Kira had followed her out, Morgan in pajamas, Kira in sweatpants and a tank top, all 3 looking furious and humiliated. Their breaths came quick and shallow, faces flushed with cold and shame. "I can." Rune reached behind one of the courtyard planters and pulled out a small red gas can. The smell of gasoline hit the cold air immediately, sharp and chemical, like something sour and biting. "This is insane." Morgan's voice cracked, high-pitched. "Koda, are you seriously going to let her?" "Do not." Koda's voice was quiet but firm, his jaw tight enough to make his beard bristle. "Do not appeal to me. You knew the rule. You chose to ignore it." Rune glanced at him, just for a second, and saw the tension in his jaw, the white-knuckle grip he had on his own instincts. This was killing him. Every protective, peacekeeping bone in his body was screaming at him to intervene. He did not. Kira tried, but nothing. Rune finished dousing all 3 mattresses, the fuel soaking into the fabric, dripping onto the stone. The gasoline hissed as it hit the frozen ground, the scent thickening in the still air. "You heard a simple instruction. Be in this courtyard at 5 a.m. A child could follow that. But you 3, she looked at each of them in turn, decided you were special. Decided the rules did not apply to you. You decided to test whether I was serious. She pulled out a lighter. The Zippo clicked open with a snick. The flame blue at the core, gold at the edges. Rune. Wait. Sheila's voice had lost its anger, replaced by something closer to panic. We did not think. No, you did not. Rune flicked the lighter, the fire dancing in the pre-dawn darkness like a tiny, mocking demon. And that is the problem. You have spent so long getting away with shit that you forgot actions have consequences. You forgot what it means to be accountable. The flame touched the gasoline-soaked fabric. Whoosh. The whoosh of ignition made several wolves flinch backward, their hoarse gasps loud in the stillness. Fire climbed the mattresses, orange and red, blendingly bright in the gray morning, heat radiating outward in waves that pushed back the cold. The smell of burning fabric, synthetic fibers melting, the acrid reek of chemical smoke, rose thick and black into the lightening sky, curling upward in greasy tendrils. The three women stood frozen, watching their mattresses burn. Sheila's tears looked like dark beads of ink in the firelight. Here is what you need to understand, Rune said, her voice carrying over the crackle of flames. I do not make threats. I make promises. And when I tell you something will happen if you fuck around, believe me, you will find out. She turned to address the entire pack now, the firelight casting sharp, flickering shadows across her face, cheekbones like blades, eyes like coals. Those three chose to ignore a direct order. A simple order. Be here at 5 a.m. That is it. Not complicated, not unreasonable. And they chose to say fuck you to that instruction. So now they sleep on the floor until they figure out how to earn a new mattress. This is abuse. Sheila's voice was high, desperate. You're destroying our property. Your property? Rune's laugh was harsh, like gravel down a metal chute. You live in pack housing, on pack lands, supported by pack resources. You have no personal property. You have things the pack provides. And when you disrespect the pack by ignoring orders, you lose those things. Rune did not raise her voice. Do not like it? Leave. No one's keeping you here. Silence. Rune did not look away from the flames, and let me be real fucking clear about something else. Anyone who harbors these three, who lets them sleep in their cabin, or shares their bed out of sympathy, will find their own shit burning in this courtyard tomorrow morning. Because you know what is worse than facing consequences for your own actions, facing consequences because you help someone else avoid theirs. A few wolves shifted uncomfortably. Rune saw the calculation in their eyes, sympathy versus self-preservation. Good. Let them think about it. The fire was dying down now, the mattresses reduced to blackened frames and ash. The smell of burned fabric hung heavy in the morning air, mingling with the crisp pine and smoke. All right, Rune said. Now that we have established I am not fucking around, let us talk about what happens next. This pack is out of shape, physically, mentally, structurally. So we are going to fix that, starting now. She turned to Garrett. You, take them through morning drills. I want to see what we are working with. Garrett straightened. Yes, Mum. Rune. And make it hurt, she added. They have been soft for too long. Time to remember what work feels like. The drills were brutal. Rune stood to the side watching as Garrett put the pack through their paces. Sprints, boots thudding over frozen gravel, the slap of sneakers, the rasp of ragged breaths, burpees, knees scabbing against the frost-bitten earth, push-ups, the cold seeping into palms through calloused skin, sit-ups, the scent of sweat and pine sap thickening in the air. Shifting drills, human to wolf and back, over and over until wolves were panting and shaking with exhaustion, their fur matted with sweat and frost, eyes glazing with effort. No one was spared. Not the women who were used to batting their eyelashes and getting lighter work, not the men who had been carrying extra weight because their teammates did not pull equal loads. Everyone worked. Sheila, Morgan, and Kira tried to fade into the background, to go through the motions without really pushing. Rune noticed immediately. Their movements were sluggish, their breaths shallow, their gazes darting to her like caged birds. She met their eyes and tilted her head, a silent challenge. You three, she called out. Front and center, they approached reluctantly, still in their pajamas and sweats, covered in sweat and breathing hard. You think because you have already been punished, You get to coast, Rune asked. Think again. 50 more burpees. Everyone else watches. What? No. Make it 75, Rune said calmly. Keep arguing, and we will hit 100. They did the burpees, all 75. By the end, all three were crying. From exhaustion, from humiliation, from the reality that this was not going away. The rest of the pack watched in silence. No one defended them. No one protested. Koda stood beside Marcus, arms crossed, face carved from stone. Rune caught his eye once and saw the war happening behind his expression, but he held on. He did not intervene. After 90 minutes, Rune finally called a halt. All right, she said, as wolves collapsed onto the grass, gasping. Here is what happens next. Breakfast is in 30 minutes. After breakfast, we are going to tour every department in this pack and figure out what is broken and who is responsible. Then we start fixing shit. She surveyed the exhausted pack in silence. And here is the other thing you need to understand. This, she gestured at the still smoking remains of the mattresses, at the pack sprawled on the ground. This is mercy. This is me giving you a chance to learn without anyone dying first. Because make no mistake, the way things were going, someone was going to die. A rogue attack with no medical support. A pup with an allergy no one tracked. An elder neglected until they just gave up. Her voice went cold. I am here to make sure that does not happen, but I cannot do that if you keep playing games. So, decide right now. You part of this pack, or are you dead weight? She let the question hang in the air. Then, dismissed. Get cleaned up. Breakfast in 30. The pack dispersed slowly, limping and exhausted. As they passed, Rune heard fragments of conversation. Fucking psycho. Actually burned them. Cannot believe Koda let her. But she also heard. About damn time. Maybe things will actually change. Did you see Garrett's face? The man was smiling. Near the edge of the courtyard, a woman Rune had not noticed before stood apart from the others. Mid-30s, calloused hands. The posture of someone used to working rather than noise. She was not smiling, was not scowling either. She watched the blackened frames of the mattresses as ash drifted away, jaw tight, not in anger, but in thought. When Rune's gaze flicked her way, the woman did not look off or bristle. She met it steadily. This needed to happen, her expression said. But God help us that it did. One of the older males, a grizzled fighter named Tom, stopped near where Rune stood. He met her eyes, gave a single nod of respect, and moved on. Yeah, the men were with her. Now she just had to break the women's resistance and rebuild this mess into something functional. Koda approached as the courtyard emptied. He looked tired, older than he had been yesterday. That was hard, he said quietly. It had to be. I know. He scrubbed a hand over his face. I kept wanting to stop you. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to intervene, to soften it, to undermine me, Rune finished. Yeah, I know, but you did not, and your pack saw that. Rune did not soften. They saw their alpha allowing consequences, backing his enforcer, standing firm even when it hurts. That is leadership, Koda. Not the fun kind, not the easy kind, but the kind that keeps people alive. It felt like cruelty. It felt like accountability. She met his eyes. And accountability always feels like cruelty to people who have never had to face it before. Those three women have spent years getting away with shit. Years bypassing rules because they knew you would soften the blow. Today they learned the rules have changed. Koda was quiet for a long moment. Then, the men looked, relieved. Because they have been drowning while you have been protecting the people pulling them under. Rune's tone did not soften. They needed to see you choose order over chaos. Needed to know you are actually leading, instead of just managing everyone's feelings. Is it always going to be this hard? Rune's smile was almost gentle. No. It is going to get harder before it gets easier. But then, if you hold the line, if you keep backing the structure we are building, yeah, it will get better. Your pack will remember what it means to function as a unit, and one day, you will not need me at all. She started walking toward the pack house, then stopped and looked back. But Koda, do not undermine me, not even when you think I am being too harsh, not even when someone's crying and you want to make it better. Because the second you do, all of this falls apart and your pack burns for real. Are we clear? Crystal. Good. Now come on. Breakfast first, then we start tearing apart your departments. And trust me, the mattresses were just the warm-up. As they walked inside, Koda glanced back at the smoking remains in the courtyard, the charred metal frames, the ash scattering in the morning breeze. Behind him, he heard Marcus murmur to Garrett, "Think this might actually work." And Garrett's response, quiet but fervent, "God, I hope so." Koda hoped so too, because for the first time in 6 years, he could see a path forward. It was brutal. It was painful. It was nothing like the leadership he would imagined, but it was real. And maybe, just maybe, it would save them. After breakfast, a tense, quiet affair where no one made eye contact with Rune, and the 3 mattressless women sat huddled at the far end of the dining hall, their faces shadowed by the low-hanging brass chandeliers that flickered like dying stars, the air thick with burnt coffee and the sour taste of unspoken accusations. Rune gathered the pack in the main common room. The space was bathed in the pallid glow of morning, sunlight slicing through grimy windows to catch on the frayed velvet chairs and the scuffed wooden floorboards, where dust motes swirled like whispers in the stillness. She would send Garrett ahead with clipboards and pens. Now she stood at the front of the room, watching as 60 wolves crowded in, their fur bristling with the chill of the early hour, the scent of damp earth clinging to their coats from the dew-laced grass outside. The air hummed with the skitter of claws on tile, the muffled cough of a wolf at the back, the acrid tang of old leather chairs gripping the heat of vanished bodies. The morning sun streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes in the wary faces of wolves, who were starting to realize that yesterday's mattress burning had not been a fluke. The light carved sharp lines across their features, jawlines set in stubborn angles, eyes narrow as blade edges, the occasional flash of iridescent green or gold in the pupils beneath fur-fringed brows. "All right," Rune said, her voice a low growl that silenced the room like a hand drawn across a drumhead. "Here is what we are doing." She let the weight of her words hang, the scent of her own breath, thick with peppermint gum, and the faint metallic reek of adrenaline, filling the space between them. "This pack has departments: medical, kitchens, housekeeping, patrol, education, all that shit. But from what I understand, there is no clear leadership structure. No one knows who is actually in charge of what. A few uncomfortable shifts, the rasp of fabric against skin as wolves adjusted their posture. A wolf near the doorway shifted his weight, the creak of the floorboard under his paw echoing like a gunshot. "So we are going to fix that, right now." She nodded to Garrett, who started distributing papers, the rustle of paper blending with the dry snap of his joints as he moved. "Everyone gets a sheet. I want you to list every department you think exists in this pack, and next to each one, write who you believe is the head of that area, not who you want it to be." "Who do you actually think is running it? What if we do not know?" someone asked. Their voice cracked like dry kindling. "Then write no one or unclear. Be honest. No one's getting punished for what is on this paper. I just need to see how fucked your organizational structure actually is." She did not elaborate. "You have got 10 minutes. Go." The scratching of pens filled the room. Scratch, 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 a staccato rhythm, punctuated by the occasional sigh, the creak of shifting bodies, the low, steady drip of sweat hitting paper from a wolf's brow. Rune watched, noting who wrote quickly with confidence, their hands steady, ink bold and decisive, and who hesitated, their nibs hovering like moths over flame, glancing sideways at neighbors for silent answers. Marcus stood beside her, arms crossed, his woolen jacket rough against her arm, the heat of his body a contrasting warmth to the cool air in the room. "You already know what those papers are going to say," he murmured, his breath fogging slightly in the chill. "Oh, absolutely, but they do not know that I know. And they need to see it in black and white." She did not elaborate. "Sometimes you have to hold up a mirror before people will admit what they look like." 10 minutes later, Garrett collected the papers, his footsteps deliberate on the floor, the stack of sheets he gathered trembling faintly in his grip like a shuddering spine. Rune spread them across a nearby table, the pale wood grain visible beneath the inked chaos, and started scanning, Marcus reading over her shoulder, his fingers twitching as if itching to set the pages alight. It took less than 30 seconds for the pattern to emerge: medical, 15 different women had written their own names as head of medical. Kira, Sasha, Morgan, Sheila, and 11 others all claimed the title, their curses sprawling with defensive bravado. Kitchens, same thing, and was listed most often, but 9 other women had also written themselves down as head or co-head, or lead cook, their ink bleeding through the pages like excess pride. Housekeeping, 12 names. Education, 8. The men's papers were more honest. Their handwriting was sparse, the words unclear or too many people claiming it was scrawled in the margins, the faint scent of resignation clinging to the fibers. One page, creased and smudged, held a single line, "Whoever yells loudest that day." Rune let out a long, slow breath. He expelled air sharp with the bite of cinnamon tobacco from her morning cigarette. Then she started laughing, a harsh, incredulous sound, jagged as broken glass, that made the pack shift nervously, their ears flattening against fur, the low growl of unease rippling through the assembled wolves. "Holy shit," she said, holding up a handful of papers, their edges white-knuckled in her grip. "Holy shit, do you see this?" She turned to face them, her eyes blazing, the irises stark against the white, her voice oscillating between amusement and fury. "I have got 15 women who think they are the head of medical. 15. For a pack of 60 wolves, you have got 15 heads of medical." She grabbed another stack, the paper trembling under her grip. Kitchens, 10. Housekeeping, 12. And you know what the best part is? She pulled out one specific paper, her claws tapping the page as she read. Head of medical, assistant head of medical, senior medical coordinator, lead medical specialist, and chief medical officer. Those are 5 different titles that one woman gave herself. Just her. One person. A few nervous laughs, riddle and forced, like twigs snapping, mostly silence. "This," Rune held up the papers, her voice a low, dangerous rumble. "This is what happens when you let egos run wild. Everyone wants the title. Everyone wants authority. But no one wants the actual responsibility. Well, congratulations. You have built a pack where everyone's a chief, and no one's doing the actual fucking work." She walked to the center of the room, her boots thudding against the floor, the scent of her anger, a hot, acrid thing, filling the space. "So here is what is going to happen. We are going to tour every department in this disaster, starting with medical, and you are all going to come with me, because you need to see exactly what your inflated egos have created." Koda stepped forward, his fur damp with the chill of early morning, the scent of his own sweat sharp with anxiety. "Rune, maybe we should—" "Nope." She cut him off without looking at him, her gaze fixed on the door. "They made this mess. They get to witness it. Everyone up. We are going to the med bay." The walk across the pack grounds was silent except for the crunch of gravel under boots. Crunch, 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 and the early morning birds calling to each other in high, trilling whistles that seemed almost mocking. The air was crisp, carrying the bite of pine from the distant forest, and the damp, loamy scent of recently tilled earth from the garden plots. The med bay was a standalone building near the eastern edge of the main complex, positioned for quick access from both the pack house and the territory perimeter. Smart positioning, terrible execution. Rune pushed open the door, and the smell hit her first. Stale blood, coppery and cloying, bleeding into the stench of old antiseptic, sweet and chemical, but spoiled, like someone had spilled it days ago and never cleaned it up. Underneath that, something mustier, deeper, the wet dog musk of neglect, the sour reek of a place that had been left to rot. "Holy fuck," Rune breathed, the words escaping her like steam, her gravelly voice unable to mask the genuine horror that had tightened her throat. Even the wolves behind her seemed to hold their breath, their paws hovering mid-step as the scent rolled over them. The medbay looked like a war zone. Supplies were scattered across every surface. Bandages, gauze, tape, medication bottles, all of it just strewn around like someone had dumped drawers and never picked them back up. 3 of the wall cabinets hung at odd angles, their hinges screaming in protest, one completely torn off and lying on the floor, its contents spilled like entrails. Glass from broken containers crunched under her boots as she stepped inside, the sound sharp and final. And in the corner, still there, still festering after 5 days, were blood-stained sheets wadded up in a pile, the brown stains dried into the fabric like rust, the smell of old blood mixing with everything else. The pack crowded in behind her, the door swinging shut with a groan, and Rune heard the sharp intakes of breath, the muttered curses, fuck, shit, oh gods, punctuated by the soft slap of a wolf's paw on the floor as they stumbled back. Let them see it. Let them understand what their dysfunction had created. Rune walked slowly through the space, her fingers brushing the cold, sticky edge of a blood-stained tray, the sickly warmth of a half-full 4-bag dangling from a knocked-over stand. Examination tables were buried under debris, the autoclave sitting unused in the corner, its lid still full of instruments that should have been sterilized days ago. And 4-stand was knocked over, tubes tangled like serpents, sharps containers overflowing, a biohazard waiting to happen. She stopped in the center of the room and turned to face the pack, her breath coming fast now, the scent of her own adrenaline sharp in her nostrils. Who is responsible for this? Her voice was quiet. Dangerously quiet, the kind of silence that carried the weight of thunder. Silence. I asked a question. She let the silence stretch, the wolves holding their breath like criminals. Who is responsible for this? 2 hands went up, hesitant, fingers trembling. Kira and Sasha, the 2 women who had brawled in this space 5 days ago. Their fur was matted, their eyes red-rimmed with the stink of guilt. You 2, Rune pointed, her voice a blade. Front and center, now. They pushed through the crowd, their movements stiff, defensive, the scent of their excuses already dripping from their pores. I did not mean it. It was an accident. It was not my turn. You 2 trashed this place, Rune asked, her words dripping with disdain. We disagreed, Kira started, her claws flexing in the debris. About what? Rune interrupted, her eyes narrowing. About who was in charge of restocking. She said I was not doing my job. Because you were not. I was handling the surgery prep, which was not your responsibility. It was if you were not going to. Shut up. Rune's voice cracked like a whip, raw and feral, and both women froze, their ears flicking back. Shut the fuck up, both of you, right now. She stepped closer, her boots crunching over glass, and they both took an involuntary step back, the space between them suddenly vast. You 2 fought. Fine. Wolves fight. But you had that fight here. In the med bay, in the one place in this entire territory that needs to be sterile, organized, and ready for emergencies. She gestured around the destroyed space, her claws flexing against her palms. And then, and this is the part that really fucking gets me, you left it like this. For 5 days. We were going to clean it. Sasha tried, her voice a whine. For someone bled out because you could not find the right supplies. After a pup got an infection from non-sterile equipment. After a rogue attack left your packmates dying, and there was nowhere to treat them. Rune's voice was getting louder now, the heat of her fury rolling off her in waves, the air in the room thick with the stench of her temper. Do you have any idea? Any fucking idea? How many ways this could have killed someone? She grabbed a half-empty bottle of antiseptic from the floor, the label smeared with blood, and hurled it at the wall. The glass exploded on impact, liquid in shards spraying everywhere. Shh, like a geyser of shattered rage. Half the pack yelped and jumped backward, their paws slapping against the floor in startled retreat. That is what happens when you play games with medical supplies, Rune snarled. People die. And you 2, she pointed at Kira and Sasha. You 2 could not put aside your goddamn egos long enough to make sure this bay was functional during active rogue threats, with patrols going out daily. With 60 wolves depending on this space being ready if something went wrong. Kira's face was white. We did not think. No, you did not. And that is the problem. Rune took a breath, forced herself to calm down. You did not think about anyone except yourselves and your petty power struggle. And because your alpha did not hold you accountable, you figured it did not matter. She turned to the rest of the pack. Let me ask you something. How many of you knew this bay was in this condition? Most hands went up. And how many of you did anything about it? The hands dropped. Right. Because it was not your problem. Because someone else would handle it. Because that is what happens in a pack with no structure, Everyone assumes someone else is taking care of shit, and nothing actually gets done. She gestured at the floor, already filthy and neglected. Well, that changes today. She walked over to a corner where a young woman stood quietly, almost invisible in the crowd. Dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, wearing scrubs that actually looked clean, watching everything with sharp, assessing eyes. "You," Rune said. "What is your name?" "Iris." Her voice was soft but steady. "Iris, do you have medical training?" "Yes, I'm a certified EMT. I have been trying to help organize things, but..." She glanced at Kira and Sasha, then away. "But these two told you to back off because they were in charge, right?" Iris nodded. "And what would you do first if I told you to make this bay functional again?" Iris did not hesitate. "Dispose of all open or potentially contaminated supplies. Sterilize everything that can be salvaged. Organize based on urgency and usage patterns. Trauma supplies closest to the door. Routine care in the back. Set up a restocking protocol and a daily inspection checklist." And she glanced at the blood-stained sheets. "Implement a strict biohazard disposal system so that never happens again." Rune smiled. Actually smiled. "Perfect. You are the new head of medical. Effective immediately." "What?" Kara's voice was shrill. "You cannot just..." "I can. I did." "Shut up." Rune turned back to Iris. "You will have full authority over this bay and everything in it. Anyone who undermines you or refuses to follow your protocols answers to me. Understood?" Iris straightened, something like hope flickering in her eyes. "Understood. Good. Pick 3 people to help you. People who actually know what they are doing, not people with the biggest egos. You have got 48 hours to make this space functional. Need anything, you come find me." "What about patrol med packs?" Iris asked. Rune froze. "Patrol med packs? Yes. Each patrol should carry basic medical supplies. Quick clot, bandages, antiseptic, pain meds, in case someone gets hurt in the field." Iris looked around. "We do not have those, do we?" Rune turned slowly to look at Kira and Sasha. "Please tell me you are not about to say what I think you are about to say." They stared at her like she was speaking another language. "You do not have patrol med packs." It was not a question. "Our fighters go out into territory where rogues have been sighted, where they could get injured miles from this building, and they do not carry any medical supplies with them." Silence. "Holy fuck." Rune scrubbed a hand over her face. How are you all still alive?" "We have not had any serious injuries," Kira started. "Yet. You have not had serious injuries yet. But the second you do, people are going to die because you were too busy fighting over who gets to call themselves head, to actually do the basic fucking work of keeping your packmates safe." She did not hesitate. "Iris, add patrol med packs to your list. Every patrol team needs one, and they need to be checked and restocked after every shift. Non-negotiable." "Yes, ma'am." Rune turned to the pack. "Everyone else out, except you two." She pointed at Kira and Sasha. "You two are staying. You are going to spend the next 48 hours as Iris's assistants. You are going to scrub this place top to bottom. You are going to follow every order she gives, and you are going to learn what it actually means to run a medical bay. And if I hear even a whisper of you undermining her or complaining about the work, you will be sleeping on the floor next to the 3 from this morning. Clear?" Both women looked mutinous, but they nodded. "Outstanding." Rune looked at Garrett. "Get me the kitchen staff next, and do not waste my time." As the pack filed out, Rune caught Koda's eye. He looked shaken. Good. He needed to see this. Needed to understand the real cost of his 6 years of avoidance. Marcus lingered by the door. "That was horrifying." "Yeah." Rune took the papers, scanned them once, and nodded. "And the worst part is, I bet every other department is just as bad. But hey, at least now we have one person who actually knows what the fuck she is doing." Inside the med bay, Iris was already giving orders to Kira and Sasha, her voice firm and professional. The 2 former heads looked like they wanted to argue, but something in Iris's expression, or maybe the memory of those burning mattresses, kept them quiet. Rune watched through the doorway for a moment, then turned to Marcus. "Kitchen's next." "Kitchen's next," he confirmed. "Fantastic." She turned toward the path leading to the kitchens. "Because I'm just dying to see what fresh horror awaits us there." The sarcasm was thick enough to cut. And somewhere in the back of the dispersing crowd, Rune heard one of the older males mutter to another, "Did you see Iris's face?" The girl's been waiting years for someone to actually let her do her job. Yeah, Rune was starting to see the pattern. This pack did not lack skilled wolves. It lacked leadership willing to put the right wolves in charge and back them up when the entitled ones threw tantrums. Well, that was about to change, whether the pack liked it or not. The kitchens were next, and Rune could smell the problem before she even reached the door. The pungent aroma of rotting food wafting out to greet her like a foul cloud. The overhead lights in the hallway cast long shadows, making the air seem to vibrate with the stench. As she pushed through the double doors, the fluorescent lights above the kitchen counters flickered to life, illuminating a space that seemed to have been frozen in a state of chaos. The entire pack trailed behind her, their footsteps echoing off the walls as they followed her into the heart of the kitchen like a reluctant parade of witnesses to their own dysfunction. The smell hit harder inside, overripe fruit, spoiled meat, something moldy and sour that made her nose wrinkle in distaste. The air was thick with the stench, a noxious miasma that clung to her skin and made her eyes water. "Jesus Christ," she muttered, turning her face away from the stench as she surveyed the kitchen. The walls, once a bright and cheerful yellow, were now dulled by a layer of grime, and the floors, made of worn linoleum, were sticky under her boots, spills that had been walked through and spread rather than cleaned. The counters, once a hub of activity, were now cluttered with dirty dishes, pots, and pans, a testament to the pack's neglect. The kitchen was huge, designed to feed 60 wolves 3 meals a day. Industrial stoves, their stainless steel surfaces smeared with grease and food residue, stood like sentinels along one wall, while commercial refrigerators, their doors covered in post-it notes and expiration dates, hummed quietly in the background. Prep stations, once the heart of the kitchen, were now cluttered with trash and dirty utensils, the countertops cracked and worn. The whole space should have been a well-oiled machine, but instead, it looked like a battlefield after everyone had given up and gone home. Dirty dishes were piled in both sinks, overflowing onto the counters in a tangled mess of plates, bowls, and utensils. Pots with food crusted inside them sat abandoned on the stove, the burners still lit, casting a warm glow over the chaos. The garbage bins were overflowing, trash bags piled beside them, because no one had bothered to take them out, the smell of rotting food and decay hanging heavy in the air. Rune walked over to the refrigerators, her boots squeaking on the sticky floor, and yanked open the first one. The smell that wafted out made 2 wolves behind her actually gag, their faces twisting in disgust. Spoiled milk, its surface curdled and green, sat on the top shelf, while moldy cheese, its edges fuzzy with growth, occupied the middle shelf. Vegetables that had liquefied in their bins, their colors muted and dulled, filled the crisper drawers. Meat that had gone gray, its surface dry and cracked, hung from the hooks on the back wall, a grim reminder of the pack's neglect. Leftovers in containers that looked like they would been there for weeks, covered in fuzzy growth, filled the shelves, a testament to the kitchen's lack of organization. The sound of the refrigerators humming, the creak of the doors as they opened and closed, and the murmur of the pack's conversations created a cacophony of noise that filled the space. "I will ask again." Rune turned to face the pack, her voice low and even, but with a hint of warning. "How long?" The pack shifted uncomfortably, their eyes avoiding hers as they shuffled their feet. No one answered, the silence hanging heavy in the air like a challenge. Rune opened the second fridge, the door creaking as it swung open, revealing the same story: spoiled food, moldy leftovers, and a general air of neglect. The third was slightly better, but still had enough questionable items to make her jaw clench in frustration. "I'll ask again." She turned to face the pack, her eyes scanning the crowd. "How long?" The pack shifted again, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their guilt. Jenna, the supposed head of kitchens from yesterday's papers, raised her hand hesitantly, her eyes fixed on Rune's face. "Things have been difficult to coordinate," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Rune's laugh was harsh, the sound echoing off the walls as she repeated the words slowly. "You mean it is difficult to throw away rotten food? Difficult to wash dishes? Difficult to take out the fucking trash. The back shifted uncomfortably, their eyes avoiding hers as they shuffled their feet. We have had scheduling conflicts, Jenna started, but Rune's tone cut her off, her voice rising in frustration. Scheduling conflicts? You mean people did not want to do the work? He walked to the schedule board on the wall, a whiteboard covered in different colored markers, names crossed out and written over, arrows and question marks and passive-aggressive notes. The board seemed to glow with the weight of the pack's dysfunction, the colors blurring together in a chaotic mess. This is not a schedule, Rune said, her voice dripping with disdain. This is a goddamn warfare map where everyone's fighting over who has to do what. She grabbed the eraser and wiped the whole thing clean, the sound of the eraser scratching against the board filling the air. There, problem solved. A new schedule goes up today, and whoever is assigned shows up and does the work. No trades, no conflicts, no bullshit. The pack shifted again, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their unease. Rune opened another cabinet, finding it disorganized, cans and boxes shoved in randomly, no system, no order. The air was thick with the smell of stale food and neglect, the shelves creaking as she pulled out a can, checking the date. This expired 2 years ago. 2 years. She tossed it toward the trash, the can clattering against the side of the bin, but no one moved to pick it up. And you are serving food to pups? To elders? To pregnant mothers? The silence was damning, the pack's guilt hanging heavy in the air like a challenge. Rune forced herself to calm down, her voice even as she asked, "Where is the meal log? Please tell me someone's been tracking what gets served when, what ingredients you have, what needs to be ordered." The pack shifted again, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their guilt. More silence, the only sound the hum of the refrigerators and the creak of the old kitchen. "Of course there is not," Rune said, her voice dripping with disdain. She moved to the pantry, yanked open the door, revealing half-empty bags of flour, torn and spilling, sugar containers left open, pasta boxes crushed. The air was thick with the smell of stale food and neglect, the shelves creaking as she pulled out a bag of flour, checked the date. This is a health violation waiting to happen. Actually, scratch that. This is a health violation. If human health inspectors saw this, they would shut you down immediately. The pack shifted again, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their unease. Rune turned to scan the crowd, her eyes searching for someone, anyone, who knew what they were doing. Who here actually knows how to run a commercial kitchen, and I mean actually knows, has training, has experience, can menu plan, and manage inventory, and maintain health standards. A hand went up in the back, an older woman, maybe mid-50s, with gray-streaked hair and the kind of weathered hands that came from decades of actual work. "Name?" Rune called, her voice carrying across the room. "Claire. I ran a catering business for 30 years before I joined this pack," the woman replied, her voice firm and confident. Rune's eyes locked onto hers, a glimmer of hope in the chaos. "Perfect. You are the new head of kitchens. Get up here." The pack parted as Claire pushed through the crowd, looking shocked, but also determined. Rune waited while Claire made her way to the front, her eyes scanning the crowd. "You have got 72 hours to unfuck this space. I want working refrigerators with organized, non-expired food. I want a meal schedule that ensures pups and elders get fed first. Patrol gets hot food when they come off shift, and everyone gets at least 2 solid meals a day. I want a rotating kitchen crew that actually shows up and follows your instructions. Can you do that?" Claire looked around the disaster, then back at Rune, a determined glint in her eye. "With the right help, yes." Rune nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "Then pick your team, people who know how to work, not people with the biggest mouths." She pointed at the 9 women who would claim to be heads. "None of them are on your team unless you specifically choose them based on actual skill. Understood?" Claire nodded, her eyes scanning the crowd. "Understood." One of the women who had been listed as a co-head, older, hair pulled back tight, apron stained but clean, exhaled slowly, a look of resignation on her face. She did not argue, did not protest, just nodded once to herself, the way someone does when a door closes, and there is no sense pretending it did not. I kept it running, she said quietly, not to Rune, not to Claire, just to the room. Rune looked at her, really looked, her eyes searching for something, anything, that would explain the kitchen's state. I know, she said, her voice soft but firm. The woman gave a tight nod, then stepped back into the crowd, shoulders squared, a sense of acceptance on her face. Outstanding, Rune said, her voice carrying across the room. Everyone else, let us talk about housekeeping. Groans from the crowd, the sound echoing off the walls as they shifted uncomfortably, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their guilt. She was right, of course. The common areas were tolerable. Clearly someone made an effort to keep the main spaces presentable. But the moment they moved into the dormitories, the private cabins, the less visible areas, everything fell apart. Anterooms, with mildew climbing the walls, the smell of damp earth and decay hanging heavy in the air. Towels left damp and musty 4 days, the fabric rough and scratchy to the touch. Toilets that had not been properly cleaned in who knew how long. The seats stained and worn. Showers with hair clogging the drains, the water flowing slowly, as if reluctant to clean the space. Bedrooms, and toilette mattresses, were disasters of unmade beds, dirty laundry piled in corners, personal items scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of stale clothing and neglect, the floors creaking beneath their feet. The communal laundry room was the worst, the machines full of clothes that had been sitting wet for days, now sour and mildewed. Dryers were stuffed beyond capacity, the sound of the machines humming, but not functioning. Clean clothes were mixed with dirty in baskets that sat untouched while people just wore dirty clothes and complained they had nothing clean. Who was in charge of housekeeping? Rune asked, though at this point she knew the answer. 12 hands went up, the pack's dysfunction on full display. Of course, she said, her voice dripping with disdain. She walked through the laundry room, kicking at piles of abandoned clothes, the fabric rough and scratchy to the touch. 12 heads, and somehow the basic task of doing laundry is beyond your capabilities. Busy doing what? Rune turned to face them, her eyes scanning the crowd. Fighting over titles? Avoiding work? The pack shifted uncomfortably, their faces expressionless, but their eyes betraying their guilt. Let me explain something, Rune said, her voice even, but firm. Housekeeping is not glamorous. It is not fun, but it is essential. Mold in bathrooms makes people sick. Unsanitary conditions spread disease. When wolves live in filth, they get sick, they get depressed, they stop functioning as a unit. She pulled out her phone, snapped photos of the worst areas, the camera's flash illuminating the space, making the pack's dysfunction seem even more stark. This is neglect, she said, her voice carrying across the room, and neglect kills just as surely as a rogue's teeth. Rune scanned the crowd, her eyes searching for someone, anyone, who knew what they were doing. Does anyone here have actual housekeeping experience? Hotels, motels, professional cleaning, anything that involved maintaining standards instead of just half-assing it when you felt like it. A young woman near the back raised her hand tentatively, early 20s, with dark blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, and an uncertain expression. You, Rune said, her voice carrying across the room. Name? The woman's voice was quiet, almost apologetic for existing. Riley. Rune's eyes locked onto hers, a glimmer of hope in the chaos. Riley, what is your experience? I worked at a motel chain for 5 years before I came here. I started as a housekeeper, worked my way up to head of housekeeping for a 40-room property. She glanced at the 12 women who would claim the role here, then away. I tried to suggest some systems when I first arrived, but I was told it was already handled. By these 12? Rune gestured at the supposed heads. Riley nodded. And how long have you been in this pack? 3 years. Rune was quiet for a moment. This woman had professional experience, had tried to help, and had been shut down for 3 years while the pack descended into chaos. Riley, you are now head of housekeeping, effective immediately. The 12 women erupted in protest. That is not fair. She's barely been here. We have been doing this for years. Yeah, and look at the fucking result. Rune's voice cut through the noise like a blade. You have been doing this for years, and the bathrooms have mold. The laundry room is a biohazard, and wolves are living in filth. Riley structurally knows what she is doing. You clearly do not. She turned to Riley, who looked stunned. You have got 72 hours to implement a real system. Daily cleaning schedules for high-traffic areas, weekly deep cleans for residential spaces, a laundry rotation that actually works. I want bathroom cleaning logs, supply inventory, and a crew that shows up when they are scheduled. Can you do that? Riley straightened, something shifting in her expression. Years of being overlooked, suddenly giving way to opportunity. Yes. I will need authority to enforce standards, and a team that will actually follow protocols. You have got it. Pick your team based on who will work, not who will give you the least drama. Rune looked at the 12 former heads. None of you automatically get a spot, unless Riley specifically chooses you. And fair tits to use you follow her instructions without argument, or you are out. She started walking back toward the main building, the pack trailing behind. Here is what is happening. Larry, you have got kitchens. Riley, you have got housekeeping. Iris is medical. Those 3 areas are now off limits for anyone to undermine or question. If you have an issue with how they are running things, you bring it to me or the Alpha. You do not argue with them. You do not bypass them. You do not make their jobs harder. Clear? Murmurs of agreement. They were back in the main courtyard now, and Rune turned to address the full group. Tomorrow morning, Claire will post the kitchen schedule. Riley will post the housekeeping rotation. You will show up when you are scheduled, and you will do the work assigned. No excuses. No trades unless approved. No skipping out because you do not feel like it. Sheila, one of the 3 from the burning mattresses this morning, pushed forward from the crowd. Her face was red, her hands clenched. This is bullshit. You cannot just come in here and what? Rune interrupted, taking a step closer. Mom, make me you accountable? Come in and assign work based on competence instead of ego. Come in and stop letting you treat this pack like your personal playground. You burned my fucking mattress because you did not follow a simple instruction. Rune's voice was calm, too calm. And now you are arguing with me again. So here is what is going to happen. You are now chief dishwasher. Congratulations. What? You heard me. Chief dishwasher. You report to Claire. Your job is to make sure every dish, every pot, every utensil in that kitchen is cleaned, sanitized, and put away properly. 3 meals a day, plus any prep work, and you will do it with a smile. Sheila's face went from red to purple. I am not doing that. I am a fighter. You were a fighter. Now you are a dishwasher who cannot follow basic orders. Rune did not raise her voice. But hey, if you do not like it, the fucking gates are that way. The silence that followed was absolute. Sheila stood there, shaking with rage and humiliation, caught between her pride and her fear of actually leaving. The pack watched, waiting to see what would happen. Cannot decide? Rune did not wait for an answer. Then get to the kitchens and report to Claire. She will tell you where the dish soap is. For a moment, Rune thought Sheila might actually take a swing at her. The woman's hands were trembling, her wolf probably screaming to attack, to defend her pride, to do something. But then, slowly, with murder in her eyes, Sheila turned and walked toward the kitchen building. Rune watched her go, then turned back to the pack. Anyone else want to argue? Does anyone else think they are special? Does anyone else believe the rules do not apply to them? No one moved. Good, because here is the reality check you all need to hear. Rune surveyed the crowd. For 6 years, this pack has operated on popularity contests and hurt feelings. The loudest voices got their way. The ones who cried or manipulated or threw tantrums got special treatment. And competent wolves, she gestured toward where Claire stood, toward Riley, who was already mentally organizing her new responsibilities, toward the building where Iris was rebuilding the med bay, got ignored because they did not make enough noise. That ends now. From this moment forward, competence matters more than attitude. Skill matters more than ego. Results matter more than excuses. You want respect? Earn it by doing your job well. You want authority? Prove you can handle responsibility without turning it into a power trip. The women in this pack have been allowed to act like queens without kingdoms. The men have been punished for actually trying to do their jobs. That imbalance dies today. Everyone works, everyone contributes, and everyone faces the same consequences when they fuck up. She looked at Koda, who stood off to the side, his expression unreadable. Your Alpha brought me here because he loves you enough to admit he was failing you. That took courage. Now you need to show the same courage. Admit you have been failing yourselves, and commit to doing better. The pack was silent, but Rune could see the shift happening in the men's faces. Relief, hope, something that looked like the first breath after drowning. In some of the women's faces, resentment, yes, but also understanding. A recognition that maybe, just maybe, they would have been part of the problem. And in a few faces, Riley's, Iris's, Claire's, the ones who had been competent all along and ignored for it, she saw gratitude. All right, Rune did not pause. Claire, you have got kitchen assignments to make. Riley, housekeeping schedules and supply lists. Iris, medical supplies to order. Garrett, I want to see the control schedules and figure out why your teams are not coordinated. Word easy dirt to the Alpha. You and I need to talk about how to keep this momentum going without you undermining it when someone cries. Koda nodded, solemn. My office, your office. Rune did not wait. Everyone else dismissed. If you are on kitchen duty, report to Claire. If you are on housekeeping today, check with Riley. Otherwise, I suggest you spend some time thinking about what kind of wolf you want to be in this new version of your pack. The crowd dispersed slowly, groups of wolves talking in low voices. Rune heard fragments. Cannot believe Sheila's washing dishes. About time someone put her in her place. Think Claire will actually make the kitchens work. Did you see the look on Jenna's face when she got demoted? Riley knows what she is doing. I have seen her clean. And from one of the older males talking to another. For the first time in years, I felt like this place might actually survive. Yeah, the shift was happening. Rune watched Sheila disappear into the kitchen building, shoulders stiff with humiliation and rage. The woman would either adapt or leave. Either way, the pack would be better off. That was brutal, Garrett said quietly, approaching from the side. It was necessary. Rune did not soften. She has been coasting on being loud and aggressive for years. Time she learned that does not earn respect, just makes you a bully without a crown. Think she will actually do the work? If she does not, she is gone. Simple as that. Rune's tone stayed flat. But honestly, I think she will, because underneath all that attitude is a wolf who is terrified of losing her place. She just needs to learn she can have a place without dominating everyone around her. And if you are wrong, Rune's smile was sharp, then we will have one less problem to deal with. She started walking toward the pack house, Garrett falling into step beside her. Behind them, the pack was already moving, Claire gathering her new kitchen team, Riley pulling aside a few wolves who actually knew how to clean properly, wolves who had been sidelined finally, getting chances to contribute. The territory felt different. Tense, yes. Uncomfortable, absolutely. But also alive, like something dormant was finally waking up. Garrett? Rune asked without looking at him. Yeah? How are you feeling about all this? He was quiet for a moment. Then, like I can finally do my job without someone undermining me every 5 minutes. Like maybe, just maybe, this pack might remember what it means to be a pack. Good. Rune kept walking, because we are just getting started. Still got education to fix, patrol rotations to overhaul, and about a dozen other disasters to address. But hey, at least people will not be eating rotten food while living in filth anymore. Small victories, Garrett said, and there was actual humor in his voice. Small victories, Rune agreed. Inside the kitchen building, through the window, she could see Sheila at the sink, furiously scrubbing a pot, while Claire supervised. A former fighter who had never had to face consequences was learning what accountability looked like. And all across the territory, wolves were beginning to understand a simple truth. Competence now outranked attitude. Skill now outranked ego. And if you wanted to keep your place in this pack, you earned it through work, not through manipulation, or tears, or tantrums. The old order was dead. The new one was just beginning to take its first uncertain steps, and Rune, leather jacket worn soft, tattoos catching the afternoon light, was there to make sure those steps did not falter. Even if she had to burn the whole place down and rebuild it from ash. The schoolhouse sat at the northern edge of the territory, a converted barn that had been renovated into classrooms. The weathered wooden exterior was a warm, honey-brown color, and the metal roof glinted in the soft afternoon sunlight, casting a warm glow over the surrounding landscape. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant tang of fresh earth. It should have been filled with the sounds of learning, pups reciting lessons, the scratch of pencils, the patient voice of a teacher guiding young minds. Instead, as Rune approached with Koda, Garrett, and a handful of others trailing behind, she heard chaos, children's voices raised in argument, some shouting, others crying. An adult voice trying and failing to establish control. The words indistinct, but the frustration and desperation clear. The crash of something falling, followed by the sound of shattering glass, and the faint scent of broken crayons. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with the weight of unmet expectations and unfulfilled potential. Rune did not hesitate, and pushed open the creaky door, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. The smell hit first, unwashed bodies, stale sweat, and the acrid tang of spilled juice gone sour, mixed with something that might have been a science experiment left to rot. The main room was divided by temporary partitions that created a maze of semi-private spaces, each one supposedly a classroom. The walls were a drab institutional gray, and the floors were covered in a worn, beige linoleum that seemed to absorb the faint light filtering through the grimy windows. But there were no clear boundaries. Pups wandered freely between areas, some playing, some fighting, some just sitting alone looking bored or anxious, their eyes cast down at the floor. The teachers, and Rune counted at least 6 women clustered in various corners, were either arguing with each other or ignoring the children entirely in favor of their phones, their faces bathed in the pale blue glow of screens. Educational materials were scattered everywhere. Books with torn pages, their covers worn and faded, lay open on tables, while broken crayons ground into the floor, leaving behind a trail of colorful dust. A whiteboard covered in random scribbles, what looked like the remains of a food fight, the markers smudged and smeared, hung on the wall, a testament to the chaos that reigned. No structure, no order, no education is happening at all. The room was a disaster, a testament to the failure of the adults to provide a safe and nurturing environment for the children. Rune's eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail, her gaze lingering on the scattered toys, the broken furniture, and the discarded trash. "Holy fuck," Rune breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, but it carried across the room like a slap. The words hung in the air, a stark indictment of the chaos that surrounded her. A little girl, maybe 6 years old, ran past chasing another child, her blonde pigtails bouncing behind her. Neither wore shoes, their feet bare and dirty, and their clothes were stained, the fabric torn, frayed. One had what looked like markers all over her arms, the bright colors standing out against her pale skin. The sound of their laughter and shouting filled the air, a stark contrast to the tension that hung over the room like a cloud. "Hey." Rune's voice cut through the noise like a whip crack, sharp and crisp. "Everyone, stop." The room froze. Pups turned to stare at this new, intimidating woman, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. The teachers looked up, expressions ranging from defensive to nervous, their faces pale and pinched. The air was thick with tension, the silence oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was waiting to see what would happen next. "Adults, line up against that wall. Now." Rune pointed, her finger jabbing towards the wall, her eyes flashing with authority. "Pups, sit down where you are. Do not move." There was a moment of hesitation, then compliance. The 6 women shuffled to the wall, already preparing their excuses, their eyes cast down at the floor. The children sat, some on chairs, some on the floor, all watching with wide eyes, their faces pale and uncertain. The sound of shuffling feet and creaking chairs filled the air, a stark contrast to the silence that had fallen over the room. Rune surveyed the room slowly, taking in every detail, her eyes lingering on the scattered toys, the broken furniture, and the discarded trash. The air was thick with the scent of stale air and forgotten dreams, and the faint tang of despair hung over the room like a cloud. "How many pups attend school here?" she asked, her voice firm and commanding. One of the teachers, a woman in her 30s with bleached blonde hair, spoke up, her voice hesitant, her eyes darting towards the other women. We have 18 regular students plus. I did not ask for a speech. I asked for a number. Rune did not blink, her eyes flashing with impatience. 18. Got it. How many teachers? The women exchanged glances, their faces pale and pinched, their eyes cast down at the floor. Well, we all contribute, one started, her voice trailing off. How many? Rune's voice was firm, her eyes flashing with authority. 6, another admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. 6 teachers for 18 pups. That is a 3-to-1 ratio. Should be the easiest fucking job in the world. Rune walked deeper into the space, her boots crunching on debris, the sound echoing through the room like a death knell. So explain to me why this place looks like a tornado hit it, and no actual teaching is happening. We have different educational philosophies. The blonde started, her voice rising, her eyes flashing with defensiveness. Stop, right there. Rune held up a hand, her eyes flashing with impatience. I do not give a shit about your philosophies. Show me your curriculum. Blank stares. The women looked at each other, their faces pale and pinched, their eyes cast down at the floor. Curriculum. Unlisted plans. Educational standards for each age group. Show me. Rune's voice was firm, her eyes flashing with authority. We believe in a more organic approach, one started, her voice hesitant, her eyes darting towards the other women. That is a no. Rune's voice was flat, her eyes flashing with disgust. Student records, attendance logs, medical information, allergy lists, emergency contacts. Where are they? More silence. The women looked at each other, their faces pale and pinched, their eyes cast down at the floor. Jesus Christ. She moved to what looked like it was supposed to be a desk, covered in papers, food wrappers, and random objects. She started lifting papers, scanning them, her eyes flashing with disgust. This is a permission slip from 8 months ago. This is someone's grocery list. This, she held up a paper, is a drawing of what I am pretty sure is a dick. Real professional educational environment you have got here. One of the pups giggled. Rune shot them a look, and they went quiet, their eyes cast down at the floor. Allergy information, Rune said, turning back to the teachers, her voice firm and commanding. Who here has a severe allergy, life-threatening? A small boy raised his hand hesitantly, his eyes wide with fear. I am allergic to peanuts. I have to carry my EpiPen. And where is your EpiPen right now? Rune's voice was deadly quiet, her eyes flashing with anger. The boy looked confused, his eyes darting towards the other children. I do not have one. The room went cold. The air was thick with tension, the silence oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was waiting to see what would happen next. Rune's voice was deadly quiet. You have a severe peanut allergy, and you do not have an EpiPen on you. Where is it? I think the nurse has it, the boy replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Rune turned slowly to face the teachers, her eyes flashing with anger, her face pale and pinched. One of you want to explain to me why a child with a life-threatening allergy does not have emergency medication accessible during school hours? You did not know because you did not fucking ask. Rune's control slipped, her voice rising, her eyes flashing with anger. Because you are too busy fighting over who gets to call themselves a teacher or medical staff to actually do the basic work of keeping these pups safe. She took a breath, forced herself to calm down, her chest heaving with exertion. One of the younger pups looked like they might cry, their eyes welling up with tears. Hey, Rune said, softer, addressing the child, her voice gentle and soothing. You are okay. This is not your fault. None of you did anything wrong. She looked at all the children, her eyes lingering on their faces, her expression softening. Your teachers forgot how to do their jobs, but that is going to change, starting today. She turned back to the adults, her eyes flashing with authority. Everyone outside. Now, pups stay here, and one of you, she pointed at a teenage wolf, who would be lurking in the doorway, watch them. Make sure no one gets hurt while the adults have a conversation. The teen nodded nervously, his eyes wide with fear, his face pale and pinched. Rune herded the 6 women outside, Koda and Garrett following, their faces somber and serious. The afternoon sun was bright after the dim interior, and several of the women squinted against it, their eyes watering from the sudden light. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant tang of fresh earth. "Here is what is going to happen," Rune said, her voice firm and commanding. "You 6 are done. Effective immediately. None of you are teachers anymore." Protests erupted. "You cannot just. This is our area. We have been doing this for years, and you had been doing it badly." Rune's voice cut through them all, her eyes flashing with anger. "You have pups with no educational structure, no safety protocols, no medical information on file. You have 6 adults who cannot agree on a basic curriculum because you are too busy defending your territories, and you have children who are bored, unsafe, and not learning a goddamn thing." She held their stares, her eyes flashing with authority, her face pale and pinched. "So yeah, I can fire all 6 of you, and I just did." One of the women, younger, early 20s, stepped forward, her eyes flashing with defiance. "But what about the pups? Who was going to teach them? Someone who actually gives a shit about education instead of ego." Rune looked past them to where an older woman stood with a small group of observers, her gray hair in a neat bun, her glasses perched on the end of her nose. "You, Margaret, right?" The woman stepped forward, surprised, her eyes wide with fear. "Yes. What is your background?" Rune asked, her voice firm and commanding. "I was an elementary school teacher for 35 years before I retired and joined this pack." Her voice was steady, cultured, and confident. "I taught 2nd and 3rd grade, specialized in literacy development and special needs education." "Perfect. You are now head of education. The schoolhouse is yours." Rune looked at the 6 former teachers, her eyes flashing with authority. "You 6 will assist Margaret if, and only if, she chooses to use you. And if she does, you follow her instructions without argument. Clear?" Margaret looked overwhelmed but determined, her eyes wide with fear, her face pale and pinched. "I will need time to assess what we are working with. You have got 72 hours to implement a basic structure. Curriculum by age group, safety protocols, allergy and medical information for every pup, emergency contacts, attendance tracking." Rune's gaze hardened, her eyes flashing with authority. "I want those pups in a real learning environment, with teachers who care, and a safe space to grow. Can you do that?" "Yes." Margaret's spine straightened, her eyes flashing with determination. "Yes, I can, but I will need supplies, proper educational materials, not this chaos. Make a list, give it to Koda. He will approve the budget." Rune looked at the Alpha, who nodded, his face somber and serious. "Anything you need to make this functional, get. No questions, no delays." "What about the pups?" Margaret asked, her voice hesitant, her eyes wide with fear. "While I am organizing, supervise play. Keep them safe, keep them fed, keep them occupied. Actual classes start in 3 days." Rune did not soften her tone. "And Margaret, you have full authority over that schoolhouse. Anyone who undermines you, anyone who tries to go around you, anyone who makes your job harder, you bring them to me. Understood?" "Understood." The 6 former teachers looked mutinous, but none of them spoke. They were learning, finally, that arguing with Rune was a losing proposition. "All right." Rune checked her watch. "It is almost 5 p.m. Time for one last pack meeting. Everyone to the courtyard. Now." The pack gathered as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. They came slower this time, less resistant, like they were starting to understand that these gatherings meant real change, not just talk. Rune stood at the front of the courtyard, silent, waiting for everyone to settle. Koda stood beside her, Marcus on his other side, Garrett nearby. The new department heads, Iris, Claire, Riley, Margaret, stood together, a visible symbol of the new order. When the crowd quieted, Rune spoke. "We have spent today tearing through every major department in this pack: medical, kitchens, housekeeping, education, and what we found," she paused, "was total systemic failure. Not in one area, not in 2, in every single one." She let that sink in. "But that changes today, because now, for the first time in years, you have real leadership in those areas. People who actually know what the fuck they are doing, who have the skills and experience to make things functional." She gestured to the 4 women, Iris runs medical. Claire runs kitchens. Riley runs housekeeping. Margaret runs an education program. And their word, in their areas, is law. A few uncomfortable shifts in the crowd. Here is what that means. Rune's voice hardened. If you work under one of these women, you follow their instructions. No arguments. No appeals to the alpha over their heads. No manipulation or tears or tantrums. They give you a task. You do it. They set a schedule, and you follow it. They establish a protocol. You respect it. She let the silence stretch. And if you do not, if you refuse to follow their instructions, if you undermine their authority, if you make their jobs harder instead of easier, you come to me. The way she said it made several wolves flinch. Let me be clear about what that means. Rune's smile was cold. I do not do second chances. I do not do warnings. You fuck around. You find out. And the consequences, she paused, voice gone almost pleasant, will be beautiful, enough to make you remember your place. The silence was absolute. Even the evening birds seemed to have gone quiet. You have all gotten comfortable with chaos, with no accountability, with the idea that you can ignore orders if you do not feel like following them. That era is over. She let the words settle. This pack is being rebuilt from the ground up, and you have two choices. Be part of that rebuilding, or get the fuck out of the way. She let her gaze sweep across the crowd, meeting eyes, watching wolves look away. The department heads have full support from your alpha, your beta, and your enforcer, which means they have full support for me. And if you know anything about me, her smile sharpened, you know I do not make idle threats. I make promises, and I keep every single one. The pack felt it. Rune could see it in the way they held themselves, in the tension that ran through the crowd like electricity. This was not just talk. This was real. This was the moment they understood that everything had truly changed. Tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. roster call. Same as today. Everyone present. No exceptions. She did not pause. After that, you will see your assignments posted. Kitchen rotations, housekeeping schedules, whoever has been chosen for medical or education support. You show up, you do the work, you respect the chain of command. She looked over them. And if you do that, if you actually commit to being part of a functional pack instead of a collection of selfish assholes, you might be surprised at how good it feels to be part of something that works, to know your packmates have your back, to actually be safe, instead of constantly one disaster away from tragedy. A few nods in the crowd. Not many, but some. All right. Rune turned on her heel. Dismissed. Department heads stay behind. Everyone else, get some food, get some rest. Tomorrow, the real work begins. The pack dispersed, quieter than usual. Rune heard fragments of conversation as they left. Think she is serious about those consequences. Saw what she did to the mattresses. Of course she is serious. Margaret's actually qualified. Maybe the pups will learn something. Did you see Claire's face? The woman looked ready to cry. She was so relieved. When most of the crowd had cleared, the 4 department heads approached. They looked nervous, hopeful, uncertain. You 4 good? Rune asked. Iris nodded. The medbay's already coming together. Kira and Sasha are actually working. Good. Keep them busy. Labor builds humility. Rune looked at Claire. Kitchens? I have got a solid team. Sheila's washing dishes without complaint. Well, without verbal complaint. Her face tells a different story. Claire smiled slightly. But the work's getting done. Riley? First housekeeping rotation starts tomorrow morning. I have got schedules posted, supply lists ready, and a crew that actually knows which end of a mop to use. Riley looked more confident than she had this morning. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for having actual skills, Rune said. Margaret, the older woman, adjusted her glasses. I am making a supply list tonight. Tomorrow I will assess each pup individually. Learning levels, special needs, medical concerns. Real classes start in 3 days, as you said. Perfect. Rune did not hesitate. Listen, all of you. This is going to be hard. People are going to resist. They are going to test boundaries, try to find loopholes, and complain that you are being too strict or too demanding. Do not back down. You have the authority, you have the support, and you have the right to run your areas the way they need to be run. She looked at each of them in turn. You are not here to be liked. You are here to keep this pack functional and safe. Remember that when someone tries to manipulate you with tears or threats, remember that when the entitled ones throw tantrums, you are doing the right thing, even when it is hard. What if, Iris hesitated, what if someone threatens us, physically? Then you come to me immediately, and I will make their life a living hell until they leave this territory. Rune's voice was matter of fact. No one threatens you. No one intimidates you. No one makes you feel unsafe for doing your job. That is non-negotiable. All four women nodded, something shifting in their expressions. They were beginning to believe that maybe, finally, they could actually do their jobs without being undermined. All right, go get some rest. Tomorrow starts early. Rune watched them leave, then turned to find Koda, Marcus, and Garrett standing nearby. Well, she asked. Koda let out a long breath. I think the foundation's finally there. For the first time in years, we have actual structure. The first stones are laid, Marcus agreed. Now you just have to make sure they hold. Garrett was quiet for a moment. Then, the men are already different. Did you see them today? They are standing taller, working together. They actually believe things might get better. Because they are finally being allowed to do their jobs, Rune said. She did not look away. 6 years of having their efforts undermined, their authority questioned, their work made harder by people who refused to follow basic orders, and now, finally, there is structure. She looked around the courtyard at the territory beyond. The sun was setting, shadows lengthening, the air cooling. Somewhere in the distance she could hear Claire's voice in the kitchen, giving orders. Closer, Riley was explaining a cleaning protocol to a group of wolves. In the medical bay, lights were on as Iris continued her organization. Things were moving, actually moving. Koda, Rune said quietly. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be harder. Because today was shock and awe, burning mattresses, dramatic firings, big speeches. But tomorrow, and the day after, and the week after that, those are where work happens. When people start testing boundaries, when they get tired of following orders, when they start thinking, maybe things will slide back to how they were. Koda nodded. And you have to hold the line, every time, even when you want to soften things, even when someone's crying, and you want to make it better. Even when you are tired, and it would be easier to let something slide. She met his eyes. Because the second you show weakness, the second you undermine these department heads or me, everything we built today collapses. I know. His voice was steady. I will not undermine you, any of you. Good. Rune's voice stayed steady. Because honestly, these women deserve a chance. Iris, Claire, Riley, Margaret. They have been overlooked and sidelined for too long. They deserve to lead without being sabotaged. And this pack deserves to see what real leadership looks like when it is not infected with ego and manipulation. You think it will work? Marcus asked. Long term? If Koda holds the line? If we all keep backing the structure? Yeah, it will work. Rune stared out at the darkening sky. But it is going to hurt before it gets better. And some wolves are going to leave. The ones who cannot handle accountability, who would rather rage quit than adapt. Let them go. The pack will be stronger without them. Garrett cleared his throat. For what it is worth, thank you for coming here, for giving a shit enough to do the hard work. Rune glanced at him surprised. It is my job. No, Koda said quietly. Forcing Braxton's pack is your job. This, tearing apart a failing pack and rebuilding it from scratch, this is beyond duty. This is mercy. The word sat strangely in the air. Mercy. For a woman who would burn mattresses and thrown bottles and threaten consequences, beautiful enough to make them remember. But maybe that is what real mercy looked like. Not soft words and avoiding hard truths, but forcing people to face reality before that reality killed them. Get some rest, Rune said, uncomfortable with the gratitude. Tomorrow, 5 a.m. And tomorrow night, we are going to start addressing patrol rotations and security protocols. Because if the internal structure is chaos, I guarantee the external defenses are just as fucked. They are, Garrett confirmed. Of course they are. Rune started walking toward the pack house. But that is tomorrow's disaster. Tonight, I am going to drink too much coffee and pretend I am not exhausted. Behind her, she heard Koda's quiet laugh. That obvious? I have been awake for 20 hours and I am running on caffeine and spite, Rune called back. So yeah, pretty fucking obvious. But as she climbed the steps to the pack house, she allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. The first stones were laid. Medical had leadership. Kitchens had structure. Housekeeping had standards. Education would have curriculum. The pack was still broken, but for the first time in years, it had a foundation to rebuild. And that, despite everything, was something. Even if she had to threaten, intimidate, and burn a few more mattresses to keep it standing. Rune's knuckles rapped against Koda's office door at 9 p.m., the sound flat and hollow in the silent hallway. The door, worked oak with a brass plate tarnished to gunmetal, groaned as she pushed it open. Inside, the air hung heavy with the sour tang of stale coffee and the acrid sting of cold cigarette smoke, clinging to the peeling walls like a ghost. Koda's desk was buried under a tide of paperwork. Crisp white budget reports bled into yellowed territory maps, inked in faded red, their edges frayed from months of use. A lone desk lamp cast a jaundiced glow over his face, highlighting the dark purpling under his eyes and the sheen of sweat on his forehead. His fingers, curled around a pen, trembled faintly. "We need to talk," Rune said, her voice sharp as a blade dragged across a stone. She claimed the chair opposite him, its vinyl seat cracked and brittle under her weight. The leather creaked as she straddled it backward, her arms folding over the back, a barrier. Outside the office, the wind howled, rattling the blinds and tugging at the scent of rain-soaked earth through the windows. Koda's voice, when he spoke, was rough as gravel. About why everything I am fixing will rot again if we do not address the actual problem. Her stare tightened like a noose. Which is you. The fluorescent light above buzzed, a high-pitched whine that made her temples throb. Koda's jaw clenched, his throat working against unspoken defenses. 10 minutes later, all four of them were in the office. Marcus and Garrett stood flanking the door like sentries, their duster coats stiff with dust and the musk of freshly turned earth from patrols. Marcus's fingers twitched at his side, his knuckles white against the worn leather. Garrett's breath plumed in the dim light, his posture coiled like a spring. "Close the door," Rune ordered. Garrett's hand struck the deadbolt with a snap so loud it made the lamp flicker. The sound echoed metallic and final, sealing them in the room's thick air. Rune's gaze pierced Koda. "How long have Marcus and Garrett been your beta and enforcer?" 5 years, he murmured, the words brushing against the scent of old paper and resignation. 5 years. Her voice dropped, low and venomous. "And in that time, how many of their decisions have you overridden?" Silence. The clock on the wall ticked, each second a hammer blow. "I will answer for you, hundreds, probably thousands." Rune exhaled the smoke from her own phantom cigarette. She had not smoked in years, but the taste lingered on her tongue, curling in the still air. "Every time Marcus tried to implement a consequence, you softened it. Every time Garrett tried to maintain patrol discipline, women came crying to you, and you made exceptions. Every time your command structure tried to function, you strangled it. I was trying to be fair. You were trying to be liked." Her words sliced through his plea, cutting the oxygen from the room. The scent of coffee went bitter, acrid. Koda's knuckles whitened on the desk. Rune turned to Marcus, her voice a steady drumbeat. Tell him what it has been like trying to be beta in this pack." Marcus shifted, the leather of his gloves creaking. "Koda, no, do not protect him." Rune's eyes glittered, hard and cold as quartz. "Tell him what it is like to make a decision only to have him undo it the second someone complains." A beat. Then Marcus spoke, each word a stone dropped into a well. "It is like drowning. Every day, I try to keep this pack functioning. I make schedules. I assign tasks. I implement consequences when people do not follow through." His voice cracked, the smell of iron sharp in the air. "Too much stress, too much strain. And every day, you override me. Someone does not like their assignment, they go to you. Someone does not want to face consequences, they cry to you. And you," his throat worked, "you make me look like the bad guy while you get to be everyone's friend." "Marcus, I am not finished." Marcus's voice rose, a growl low and molten. Do you know what it is like to be beta when the alpha will not back you up, when every decision you make can be appealed and overturned, and wolves treat you like an obstacle to root around instead of a leader to respect? Rune watched Koda's face whiten, the color draining like blood from a wound. "Garrett," she said. The enforcer's fists uncurled, then clenched again, his nails biting into his palms. "I cannot enforce anything." His voice was rough, gravel, and grief. "Women ignore patrol assignments because they know if they complain about the schedule or their partners, you will change it." He stepped forward, the floorboards groaning under his boots. "Fighters skip training because consequences are meaningless. They will just appeal to you and get out of it. And when I try to maintain discipline, when I try to actually enforce pack rules, I am the asshole." A flicker of heat flared in his eyes. "But we are not happy, Koda. No one's happy. Because you have created a pack where there is no structure, no accountability, no real safety. And every time Marcus or I try to fix it, you tear it down in the name of being fair." Rune let his words hang heavy as fog. Koda's hands trembled on the desk, his pulse visible at his wrist. His wolf, she could smell it, was thrashing in his mind, caught between shame and denial. "Here is what you do not understand," Rune said quietly. The air cooled, the scent of rain thickening outside. "Leadership is not about being liked. It is not about making everyone comfortable." She leaned forward, the leather of the chair screeching. "It is about keeping people alive and functional, even when that requires hard decisions." She pointed at Garrett, her nail glinting under the sickly lamplight. "Enforcer handles discipline. Someone breaks a rule, does not follow patrol schedule, gets into a fight. That is Garrett's domain. He decides the consequence, he implements it, and no one appeals it." She turned to Marcus, the clocks ticking a metronome in the stillness. "Beta handles daily pack management, schedules, assignments, resource allocation." Her voice was a scalpel, precise. "When there is a problem, wolves go to him first. He solves it. No appeals to the alpha, unless it is truly an exceptional circumstance. Then Koda. And the alpha? The alpha supports them, backs their decisions, steps in only when there is a crisis or policy to set. The alpha focuses on big picture, territory, security, alliances, budget, not on mediating every petty dispute or managing every individual assert feelings. But what if they make a mistake? Koda's voice was a whisper, frayed. Then they learn from it and adjust. Rune's tone did not waver. But you know what? Their mistakes could not possibly be worse than what you have created by not letting them do their jobs at all. A med bay unusable for 5 days, pups going hungry, robes slipping through. That is not their failure. It is yours. Koda flinched, his pulse hammering in the silence. Here is what has been happening, Rune continued, her words dripping like poison. The air thickened, the scent of old coffee and rot. The only thing that mattered was who could manipulate the alpha most effectively. Yes, you did. Her voice went glacial. You knew. Maybe not consciously, but you knew, because Marcus and Garrett had probably told you this before, probably begged you to back them up, to stop undermining them. And you ignored it because facing that truth would mean admitting you were the problem. The silence settled like ash. Marcus spoke quietly. We tried, multiple times. But you always had a reason why that particular situation was different, why that wolf needed special consideration, why we were being too harsh. And we stopped trying, Garrett added, because what was the point? We could not do our jobs, so we just gave up, started going through the motions. Let the pack fall apart, because you would not let us fix it. Rune watched Koda's face crumple slightly, the weight of 6 years of failure finally hitting him. Part of her felt bad. He would genuinely been trying to do right by his pack, but intentions without proper execution were worse than useless. Here's what changes, Rune said. Starting tomorrow, the chain of command is absolute. Someone has an issue. They go to their department head first. Department head cannot solve it. They go to Garrett if it is a discipline issue, Marcus if it is an operational issue, and only if they cannot solve it does it reach you. She pointed at Koda. And when someone tries to bypass that, because they will try, they have been trained to, you redirect them. You say, have you talked to Marcus about this? And when they say no, or try to explain why they came straight to you. You say, "Go talk to Marcus." Then you send them away. What if it is an emergency? If it is a real emergency, Garrett or Marcus will bring it to you immediately. But Sheila being mad about doing dishes, not an emergency. Morgan not liking her patrol partner, not an emergency. Someone wanting to trade shifts because they do not feel like working, definitely not a fucking emergency. Rune leaned back in her chair. You need to let your people do their jobs. And that means stepping back from the day-to-day management you have been drowning in. All those complaints you have been fielding, all that mediating you have been doing, that stops. You trust your beta and enforcer to handle it. And if they need me, they will tell you. But Koda, they need space to fuck up and learn. They need authority that is actually respected. They need to know that when they make a decision, it sticks. Because right now, they are wolves without teeth. You have made them powerless. Marcus's voice was rough. I want to be a real beta. I want to actually lead this pack instead of just pretending to while you do everything. I want to enforce pack law, Garrett said. Want wolves to respect discipline instead of laughing it off because they know it is meaningless. Koda looked at both of them, then at Rune. I fucked this up. Badly. Yeah, you did. Rune did not soften it. You took two capable wolves and neutered them. Spent 6 years teaching your pack that the chain of command is optional. And in doing so, you created chaos that nearly killed people. She leaned forward. But here's the good news. You can fix it. Starting tomorrow, you back every decision Marcus and Garrett make. Publicly, vocally. When someone complains to you, you redirect them. When someone tries to manipulate you with tears, you send them to the appropriate person. When you want to soften a consequence or make an exception, you do not. That is going to be hard. Being a real alpha is hard. That is why most alphas fail at it. Rune's voice was matter-of-fact. But the alternative is watching everything I am building rot again, watching the structure collapse, watching your pack slide back into dysfunction until someone actually dies. And make no mistake, Koda, that is where you were heading. One more rogue breach, one more medical emergency with a non-functional bay, one more neglected pup. You were one disaster away from tragedy. And when it happened, it would have been your fault, not because you did not care, but because you cared wrong. The words hit like physical blows, so here is my warning. Rune's voice was quiet but absolute. I am fixing your departments. I am implementing structure. I am making your pack functional again. But if you do not change, if you'll keep undermining your command structure, keep letting wolves bypass the chain, keep trying to be everyone's friend instead of their alpha, everything I fix will rot. And when it does, I'm gone, and I will tell the council to dissolve this pack, because it cannot be saved. Rune, I mean it. I am not wasting weeks of my life rebuilding something that you will destroy again through weakness. So you need to decide right now. You going to be the alpha this pack needs? Or are you going to keep being the alpha you want to be? Koda was silent for a long moment. Then, what is the difference? The alpha this pack needs is firm, decisive, and backs his command structure without hesitation. The alpha you want to be is everyone's friend, who never has to make hard choices. You cannot be both. So choose. The clock on the wall ticked. Somewhere outside, a wolf howled, probably a patrol checking in. The sound was lonely, haunting. I will change, Koda said finally. I will back Marcus and Garrett. I will stop undermining the structure. I will, his voice caught. I will be the alpha they need instead of the one I wanted to be. You swear it? Rune pressed. Because I need more than words. I need a commitment. Koda looked at Marcus, then Garrett. I am sorry for 6 years of making your jobs impossible, for undermining you, for making you look weak while I played peacekeeper. I am sorry, and I'm going to do better. Marcus's expression softened. We just want to be able to do our jobs, then do them. Koda's voice was firmer now. Starting tomorrow, make decisions, implement consequences, run this pack the way it needs to be run, and I will back you, every time, even when it is hard, even when someone's crying, even when I want to soften things, even when you think we are wrong, Garrett asked. Koda hesitated, then nodded. Even then? Because you are right. My interference is worse than any mistake you might make. List your mistakes come from trying to lead, Mine come from preventing you from leading at all. Rune watched the exchange, satisfaction settling in her chest. This was the moment, the turning point. Either Koda would actually follow through, or everything would fail. All right, tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Roster call as usual. But after that, you three are meeting with every department head. You are going to outline the new chain of command. Make it crystal clear who handles what, who reports to who, and what happens if someone tries to bypass the structure. She looked at each of them in turn. Marcus, you are going to start acting like a real beta, making decisions without asking Koda's permission, solving problems without running everything by him first, taking authority that is rightfully yours. Garrett, you are going to start enforcing again. Real consequences, real discipline. And when someone complains, you are going to stand firm knowing your alpha has your back. Koda, you are going to let them, even when it terrifies you, even when you think they are being too harsh, even when every instinct screams at you to intervene. You are going to trust that they know their jobs better than you know their jobs. All three nodded. Good. Rune did not mince words. Because in 3 days, Braxton's calling to check in, and I need to be able to tell him this pack has a fighting chance. That the alpha finally pulled his head out of his ass and started leading properly. She headed for the door, paused with her hand on the knob. And Koda, one more thing. Yeah? Being the alpha this pack needs does not make you like Braxton. It makes you like you, just a version of you that is strong enough to keep people alive. She glanced back. There is nothing wrong with being heart-led and caring about your wolves, but you have to balance that with the willingness to make hard calls, to be firm, to let people face consequences, even when it hurts to watch. How do I find that balance? By trusting your command structure to be the hard edge, while you maintain the heart. Rune's voice was almost gentle. Let Marcus and Garrett be the disciplinarians. You are the alpha who builds them up, backs them up, and focuses on the big picture. That is the balance. That is how you lead without becoming someone you are not. She opened the door. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow is when we see if you can actually walk the walk. As she stepped into the hallway, she heard Marcus's voice. Quiet. Thank you for saying what we could not. And Garrett's. Think he will actually change. And Koda's response. Firm. I have to. Because if I do not, everyone I love is going to suffer for my weakness, and I am done letting that happen. Rune smiled to herself as she headed downstairs. Maybe, just maybe, there was an alpha in there after all. One who had been buried under 6 years of misguided kindness and fear of conflict. But now, finally, he was starting to dig his way out. And if he could stay committed, if he could actually let his command structure function, if he could stop strangling his own pack with softness, then they might actually survive this. She stepped out into the night air and let the darkness swallow the edge of the day. Above, stars blazed cold and clear. And somewhere in the territory, wolves were sleeping more soundly than they had in years, because order, real order, was finally taking root. 3 days after the restructuring began, Koda sat in his office at 7 p.m., staring at his laptop screen with a sense of impending doom. The fluorescent lights overhead cast an unforgiving glare, making the fine lines on his face seem deeper, his eyes more sunken. The air was thick with the scent of stale coffee, and the faint hint of burnt plastic from the broken printer in the corner. Outside, the sun had long since dipped below the horizon, casting a dark, foreboding shadow over the entire compound. The only sound was the soft hum of the laptop and the creaks and groans of the old building settling into the night. Braxton's call was scheduled for 7:30. Rune had been sending him daily updates, photos of the medbay before and after, the trashed kitchens, the chaotic schoolhouse. The images were seared into his mind, a constant reminder of his failures. Video clips of roster calls, of department heads actually leading, of the pack starting to function, played on a loop in his head, a bittersweet mix of hope and despair. But she would also sent the worst of it, the burned mattresses, the charred remains of what once were beds, now reduced to twisted metal and ashes, the confrontations, the snarling faces, the bared teeth, the raw, brutal reality of what Koda's pack had become under his leadership, the smell of smoke and sweat, the sound of growling and snapping, still lingered in his mind, making his stomach turn. And now Braxton was calling to deliver judgment. The laptop's screen glowed with an ominous light, casting an eerie glow on Koda's face. Silence before the call was oppressive, heavy with anticipation. "You look like you are waiting for an execution," Rune said from the doorway, her voice low and smooth, like honey dripping from a spoon. She leaned against the frame, studying him with those sharp, dark eyes, her gaze piercing through the dim light of the room. Her black leather jacket creaked softly as she shifted her weight, the sound echoing through the stillness. "Feels like I am," Koda replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his hands scrubbing over his face, the sound of his palms scraping against his skin loud in the silence. The air was thick with tension, the weight of his failures hanging in the air like a challenge. "Probably," Rune said, her voice matter of fact, her eyes never leaving his face. She let out a slow breath, the sound whisper soft, and the faint scent of cigarette smoke wafted through the air, a reminder of her presence. "But you will survive, and honestly, you need to hear it from him, not from me, from the brother who loves you enough to be terrified for you." Koda looked up, his eyes locking onto Rune's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down his spine. "Terrified," Koda repeated, his brow furrowing, his eyes narrowing. The word hung in the air, a challenge, a gauntlet thrown. Braxton's never been afraid of anything in his life. Rune's smile was sad, her eyes clouding over, like the sky before a storm. The sound of her voice, soft and melancholy, was like a sigh on the wind. "Shows what you know about your brother." Before Koda could guess what she meant, the laptop chimed. The sound shrill and insistent, a scream in the night. Incoming call. The screen flickered to life, casting a pale glow over the room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Rune pushed off the door frame, her movements fluid, like a cat unfolding from a nap. "I am staying for this. You are going to need backup." Her voice was firm, statement of fact, her eyes glinting with a fierce light. "Braxton will not want," Koda started, his voice hesitant, his eyes darting to the screen, where Braxton's face was materializing, like a ghost conjured from the ether. "I do not give a fuck what Braxton wants," Rune said, her voice firm, her jaw set, her eyes flashing with defiance. She pulled a chair over, sat backward on it, just like she had 3 nights ago, and nodded at the laptop. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor was like a gunshot, loud and jarring. "Answer it." Koda clicked accept, his heart sinking, like a stone dropped into a deep well. The screen flickered, and Braxton's face filled the screen, his eyes blazing with a fierce inner light. The sound of his voice, low and rough, like gravel underfoot, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. "Koda," Braxton said, his voice flat, controlled, like a tightly coiled spring. The lines around his eyes were deeper, his jaw tight, his expression carved from stone. The sound of his voice was like a slap, sharp and stinging. "Hey, Brax." Koda started, his voice hesitant, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. "Do not," Braxton said, one word, a command, his voice cracking with emotion. The sound was like a whip, sharp and cutting. "Do not, hey, Brax me like we are catching up over coffee. I have seen the photos, I have read Rune's reports, and I am trying, really fucking trying, not to lose my shit right now." Koda's mouth went dry, his heart racing, like a rabbit fleeing from a predator. The sound of Braxton's voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down his spine. "I know it looked bad," Koda started, his voice barely above a whisper, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. "Bad?" Braxton's control cracked, his voice rising, like a storm brewing on the horizon. The sound was like thunder, loud and rumbling. "Your medbay was non-functional for 5 days. 5 days, Koda. During active rogue threats. Do you understand what that means? Do you have any concept of how close you came to having wolves die because your fighters were too busy brawling to notice rogues, and your medical bay was too trashed to treat injuries?" Koda felt heat rise in his face, shame and defensiveness, and anger all tangled together, like a knot of snakes. The sound of Braxton's voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down his spine. We got lucky, Koda started, his voice hesitant, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. Lucky? Braxton was leaning forward now, his alpha presence radiating through the screen like a palpable force. The sound of his voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. You are gambling with lives and calling it luck. Pups were going hungry. Elders were being neglected. Your command structure was so fucked that 18 kids were being taught by 6 women who could not agree on basic curriculum. That is not bad, Koda. That is catastrophic. Koda felt something crack in his chest, all his defenses, all his justifications, crumbling under the weight of his brother's fury. The sound of Braxton's voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down his spine. But underneath the anger, Koda heard something else, something that sounded like fear. That sound was like a whisper, soft and faint, but it sent a shiver down his spine. Brax, he tried again, his voice barely above a whisper, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. Do you know what it is like? Braxton's voice was raw now, like an open wound. To watch your little brother slowly destroy himself and his pack. See photos of disaster after disaster and know that you are 6 hours away and cannot just fix it. To be terrified that the next call I get will the council telling me your pack had a tragedy because you could not pull your head out of your ass. Koda froze, his heart sinking like a stone dropped into a deep well. The sound of Braxton's voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down his spine. You were scared? Koda repeated, his voice barely above a whisper, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. Of course I was scared. Braxton's composure shattered, his voice cracking, like ice breaking underfoot. The sound was like a scream, loud and piercing. You are my brother, my family, and for 6 years I have watched you struggle, listened to you make excuses, tried to offer advice that you never took, because you were so goddamn determined not to be like me, that you became something worse, weak. Word hung in the air, like smoke, a challenge, a gauntlet thrown. The sound of Braxton's voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. I wanted to be better than you, Koda said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper, his eyes locked onto Braxton's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. The sound of his own voice, soft and hesitant, was like a whispered secret, a confession. I saw how your pack feared you, how strict you were, how controlled everything had to be, and I thought I could do it differently, with kindness, with understanding. Braxton's expression softened, his eyes clouding over, like the sky before a storm. The sound of his voice, low and rough, like a growl, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. My pack does not fear me, Braxton said, his voice tired, like a man who had been carrying a heavy burden for too long. The sound was like a sigh, soft and melancholy. They respect me. There is a difference. But you never bothered to learn that difference, because you had already decided I was a tyrant. Koda felt a surge of defensiveness, but before he could speak, Rune cut in, her voice sharp and clear, like a knife cutting through the tension. He is not, she said, her eyes locked onto Koda's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down his spine. And the fact that you think he is tells me everything about why you failed. Both brothers looked at her, Koda in surprise, Braxton with something that might have been gratitude. The sound of Rune's voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. Braxton Thorne is a lot of things, Rune continued, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine, demanding, intense, absolutely uncompromising when it comes to pack safety. But he is not a tyrant. He is a protector. And there is a big fucking difference. Koda felt a weight shift inside him, a realization dawning, like the sun rising over the horizon. The sound of Rune's voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. Braxton started, his voice hesitant, like a man who was unsure of himself. Nope, Rune said, her voice firm, like a statement of fact. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine, He needs to hear this. She turned to Koda, her eyes locked onto his, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "You want to know why Braxton runs his pack the way he does?" she asked, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. "Why, every system is tight, every protocol is followed, every wolf knows exactly what is expected of them." Koda nodded, his eyes locked onto Rune's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "Because he has spent 15 years building warriors out of broken wolves," she said, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. Her eyes seemed to cloud over, like the sky before a storm, and for a moment, Koda thought he saw a glimmer of something vulnerable, something hidden deep beneath her tough exterior. She took another drag on her cigarette, the sound of the flame igniting, the scent of smoke wafting through the air, a reminder of her presence. Her expression went distant, like she was seeing something far away, something only she could see. "His pack is not full of perfect obedient soldiers," she continued, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. "It is full of wolves who had nowhere else to go, wolves who were rejected by other packs, who were abused, who were neglected, who were told they were worthless." She paused, and for a moment, Koda thought he saw something flicker across her face, something vulnerable, something hidden deep beneath her tough exterior. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "Wolves like me," she said, her voice matter-of-fact, like a statement of fact. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. Koda stared, his eyes locked onto Rune's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. Sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "What?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, his eyes locked onto Rune's, the connection between them sparking like a live wire. "I was a runt," she said, her voice matter-of-fact, like a statement of fact. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. "Neglected by my birth pack, constantly hungry, constantly overlooked, too small to fight, too weak to be useful, too quiet to demand attention." Her voice was steady, like a rock, unshakable, but Koda could hear the old pain underneath, like a scar that still lingered, still hurt. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "When I was 16, my pack was going to exile me," she continued, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine, said I was a drain on resources, that I would never be worth feeding. Koda felt a surge of outrage, like a flame igniting, burning bright and hot. The sound of Rune's voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. "Braxton found out," she said, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. His pack had an alliance with mine. And he showed up at my Alpha's door and demanded they release me to him. She smiled, but it was edged with old hurt, like a scar that still lingered, still hurt. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. Her brother took one look at the scrawny, terrified kid and decided I was worth saving, she said, her voice roughening, like a storm brewing on the horizon. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. On screen, Braxton had gone very still, like a statue, unmoving and unyielding. The sound of his breathing, soft and steady, was like a reminder that he was still there, still listening. "He did not just take me in," Rune continued, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. "He built me up, made sure I ate, really ate, not scraps, trained me personally, pushed me harder than anyone else, because he saw something in me that I did not see in myself." Her voice roughened, like a storm brewing on the horizon, and for a moment, Koda thought he saw something vulnerable, something hidden deep beneath her tough exterior. The sound of her voice, low and husky, was like a whispered secret, a confession. And yeah, he was demanding, she said, her voice steady, like a rock, unshakable. The sound of her voice, low and husky, sent a shiver down Koda's spine. Yeah, he was strict, but every rule he enforced, every standard he set, it was because he was teaching me that I had value, that I could be strong, that I did not have to accept being thrown away. The room was silent. The only sound was the soft hum of the laptop, the creaks and groans of the old building settling into the night. The air was thick with tension, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown. She planted her palm on Koda's desk, hard enough to rattle the pens. That is what Braxton does. That is what Braxton does. He takes broken wolves and shows them they are warriors. But that requires structure, discipline, consistency. Because wolves who have been hurt need to know exactly where they stand, need rules that do not bend based on who is crying loudest, need consequences that are fair and predictable. Koda felt like the ground was shifting under him. I did not know. No, you did not. Rune did not hesitate. You looked at your brother's pack and saw control. Saw wolves following orders without question. Saw Braxton being firm and demanding and intense. And you decided he was a tyrant. But what you did not see, what you never bothered to ask about, was why. She leaned back, choosing her words carefully. Braxton's pack is not afraid of him. They trust him, because he has never once let them down, never once made a promise he did not keep, never once put his comfort over their safety. And yeah, he is harsh sometimes. Yeah, he expects excellence, but that is because he knows what they are capable of, often before they know it themselves. On screen, Braxton was looking away, his jaw tight. Koda realized with a shock that his brother was fighting emotion. Brax, Koda said softly. I did not want you to know, Braxton said quietly, about the broken wolves, the rejects, the ones no one else wanted. I did not want you to think less of my pack, because they did not start out strong. Think less. Koda's voice cracked. You took wolves everyone else threw away and built them into something incredible. How could I think less of that? Because you spent 6 years afraid of becoming me. Braxton finally looked at the camera, and his eyes were bright. I could hear it every time we talked. You would ask for advice and then ignore it, because we're terrified of being too strict or too controlling. You wanted so badly to be different that you swung completely the other way, and your pack suffered for it. The truth of it landed like a stone in Koda's chest. I thought, he started, then stopped. I thought you were what I would become if I was not careful, if I let myself be too firm, too demanding. I thought your wolves followed orders out of fear. They follow orders because I keep them safe, Braxton said, because in 15 years, I have never lost a wolf to something preventable, never had a medbay sit non-functional, never let robes slip through because fighters were distracted, never let pups go hungry because adults were playing power games. He leaned forward. That is the difference, Koda. I am not harsh because I enjoy it. I am harsh because the alternative is dead wolves, and I love my pack too much to let that happen. Rune spoke up again. And here is what you need to understand. Braxton being a protector does not mean you have to be exactly like him. You can be heart-led. You can care deeply about your wolves' feelings. You can lead with empathy. She did not blink. But you cannot let that empathy paralyze you. Cannot let caring about feelings override caring about safety. Cannot be so afraid of being harsh that you let your pack destroy itself. The balance, Koda said, remembering their conversation 3 nights ago. The balance, Rune confirmed. Braxton found his balance through structure and discipline. The genuine care underneath. You need to find yours, care and empathy with the strength to back it up. Koda looked at the screen, at his brother, who suddenly looked less like a tyrant and more like someone carrying heavy burdens alone. I am sorry, Koda said, and his voice broke. I am sorry I spent 6 years resenting you instead of understanding you. I am sorry I let my fear of becoming you stop me from learning from you. I am sorry I judged your pack without knowing what you would build or why. Braxton's expression softened. I am sorry too, for not being clearer about why I do things the way I do, for letting you think I was just controlling instead of protective, for not, he paused, for not trusting you with the truth about my pack sooner. Why did not you tell me? Koda asked. About the broken wolves. Pride, maybe. Or, Braxton's smile was self-deprecating. Maybe because I did not want you to worry. You are my little brother. I am supposed to have my shit together. Supposed to be the strong one. You are strong. But that does not mean you cannot be struggling too. Koda leaned toward the screen. Are you okay, Brax? Really? The question seemed to catch Braxton off guard. He was quiet for a long moment. I am tired, he admitted finally. Tired of carrying everything alone. Tired of being the alpha everyone respects but no one really knows. Tired of... He stopped, something vulnerable crossing his face. Tired of being lonely. The confession hung in the air. You are lonely? Koda asked softly. Every alpha is lonely. Braxton's voice was rough. Comes with the territory. You stand at the front, make the hard calls, bear the responsibility for every decision. And yeah, you have wolves who respect you, who trust you. But real connection, real friendship, that is rare. Rune's expression was understanding. It is why I am one of the few who can get away with giving you shit. Because you need at least one person who treats you like a person, instead of just an alpha. Yeah, Braxton's smile was brief. That, Koda felt something shift in his chest. All these years he would seen his brother as someone who had everything, power, respect, a thriving pack. He would never considered what it cost, never thought about the loneliness that came with that kind of leadership. I want to do better, Koda said, not just with my pack, with us. I want to actually know my brother instead of just resenting the image I built of him. I would like that. Braxton's voice was warm now. The anger burned away to reveal genuine affection. And Koda, you are already doing better. Rune's reports show real change. Structure being implemented. Department heads leading. The pack starting to function. Because you sent Rune. Because you were brave enough to ask for help, Braxton corrected. That takes strength. More strength than pretending everything's fine while it all falls apart. Rune stood up. All right, you two are getting mushy. I am going to step outside and pretend I did not just witness a moment. Rune, Koda called. She paused at the door. Thank you. For telling me the truth about Braxton. About yourself. He met her eyes. I am sorry you went through that. Being rejected by your birth pack. Her expression was carefully neutral. Made me who I am. And honestly, being Braxton's head enforcer is better than being anyone's perfect daughter. She shrugged like it did not matter. Plus, I get to burn mattresses and throw bottles at walls. Good stress relief. She is terrifying and invaluable, Braxton said from the screen. Koda, you listen to every word she says. She knows what she is doing. I am. Koda looked at Rune. I will not undermine you, I promise. Could. Because I have got at least 2 more weeks of work here before this pack is stable enough for me to leave. She headed for the door. You two keep bonding. I will be outside in the courtyard if anyone needs me. After she left, the brothers sat in silence for a moment. She really was a runt? Koda asked. Barely 90 pounds when she came to me. Had not shifted in months because she was too weak. Braxton's voice was soft with memory. Now look at her. 6 feet of pure competence and controlled violence. One of the best enforcers I have ever known. You saved her. She saved herself. I just gave her the tools and the space to do it. Braxton's smile was genuine. That is what good alphas do. Give wolves what they need to become their best selves. Sometimes that is gentleness. Sometimes it is pushing them harder than they think they can handle. And sometimes it is burning mattresses? Koda asked. Braxton laughed. Actually laughed. Sometimes it is burning mattresses. Whatever gets the message across. They talked for another hour. About pack leadership. About the changes Koda was implementing. About Braxton's loneliness and Koda's fears. About brotherhood and misunderstandings and the weight of being alpha. By the time they hung up, Koda felt like he would be cracked open and put back together slightly different. Still himself, but with a better understanding of what leadership actually required. He found Rune in the courtyard, staring up at the stars like they owed her answers. How would it go? She asked, while looking at him. Good. Really good, actually. Koda stood beside her. Spent 6 years afraid of becoming Braxton, and all that time I should have been learning from him. Yeah, well, better late than never. She huffed a short laugh. You know what the fucked up thing is? You and Braxton are not that different. You both care deeply about your packs. Both want to keep wolves safe. You just had different methods. His effectiveness, yours not so much. Thanks for the honesty. That is what I am here for. Brutal truth and property destruction. Her voice went flatter. But seriously, Koda, the conversation you had with Braxton tonight, that needed to happen. You needed to see him as a person, not an image. And he needed to know his little brother does not actually hate him. I never hated him. Could have fooled me. And him. She looked away for a beat. But that is over now. You understand each other better, which means you can actually learn from him without feeling like you are betraying yourself. Koda was quiet, processing. Then thank you for telling me about yourself, about being rejected by your birth pack. Rune's shoulders tensed slightly. Yeah, well, seems relevant. It was. And he hesitated. I am glad Braxton found you. Glad you got to become this instead of what they said you would be. Me too. Her voice was softer than he would ever heard it. Me too. They stood in silence, watching the stars, feeling the night air cool around them. Somewhere in the territory, the pack was sleeping. Marcus and Garrett were probably reviewing schedules for tomorrow. Iris was checking medical supplies. Claire was prepping for breakfast. Riley was organizing cleaning rotations. Margaret was planning lessons, structure, order. Wolves doing their jobs without undermining each other. It was working. Rune? Koda said. Yeah? Think I can actually do this? Be the alpha they need? She was quiet for a moment. Then, yeah. I think you can. You have got the heart for it. You just need to grow the spine to match. She did not rush the rest. And now that you understand Braxton is not the enemy, now that you are letting your command structure actually function, yeah, you have got a shot. High praise coming from you. Do not get used to it. Tomorrow I am back to threatening to burn shit if people do not follow orders. But there was warmth in her voice, almost fondness. Koda smiled. I would not want it any other way. Above them, stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, unchanging, constant, a reminder that some things endured while others transformed. And Koda, standing in the courtyard of his slowly healing pack, understanding his brother for the first time in years, learning what real leadership required, felt something settle in his chest. Not confidence, not yet, but possibility. The possibility that he could actually become the alpha his wolves needed, not by being like Braxton, but by being like himself, with the courage to back it up. The alarm went off at 2:30 in the morning. A howl that tore through the darkness, its high, wailing shriek slicing the silence like a serrated blade. Moonlight pooled in the courtyard, pale and cold, casting long shadows that clawed at the edges of sleep-deprived vision. Rune's boots struck the gravel with sharp crunches as she sprinted, the icy air biting her lungs, her breath visible in tight white clouds. Her fingers snagged rough wool as she yanked on a jacket, the fabric scratchy against her skin, still damp with sweat from the nightmare she would woken from, a memory of claws and burning wood. Garrett met her at the threshold, his face set in a hard line of steel-gray stubble, eyes blazing with urgency. Behind them, Koda burst from the packhouse, his flannel half-tucked, buttons clacking as he tugged it closed. The smell of salt and adrenaline clung to him, mingling with the earthy musk of the forest beyond the walls. Robes, Garrett said, his voice a low, strained growl, like a wolf's warning rumble. Multiple contacts, eastern border, moving toward the residential area. The words hung in the frigid air, and the courtyard erupted, a cacophony of snarls and footfalls. Wolves spilled from cabins, their fur still tousled from sleep, some shifting mid-stride, bones cracking like twigs as they transformed. The acrid tang of burning coffee from an abandoned thermos mixed with the musky warmth of leather from harnesses and jackets. A pup's cry echoed, sharp and high, before an elder's growl silenced it, a sound like thunder over snow. Garrett's command cut through the chaos. Alpha Team, with me. Beta Team, flanked north through the woods. Gamma Team, defensive positions around residential buildings. Protect the pups and elders. His voice was a whip, sharp and resonant, and the wolves moved. A storm of motion, paws thudding, weapons clinking. Rune glimpsed Marcus barking orders, his voice a steady anchor, while fighters double-checked blade sharpening on rough-hewn stones, their breaths sinking in practiced rhythm. Iris! Koda's shout rode the wind, rough as gravel. The medbay's doors groaned open, spilling golden light that painted the night with honeyed edges. Inside, antiseptic and blood already stung the air, mingling with the warm, metallic tang of freshly sharpened scalpels. Rune's chest tightened, a fierce, boy-hot pride blooming like a flame. This was an order, a pact forged in steel and trust. "Rune," Garrett called, his tone gruff, urgent. "You are with the Alpha team. We need your experience. Fucking finally." She unsheathed her knife, carbon steel glinting like a sliver of moon, and the leather grip bit into her palm, familiar, comforting. "Let us go hunt some robes." The eastern woods were a shroud of black and shadow, moonlight filtering through skeletal branches and fractured beams. Rune's boots sank into crunchy frost-laced leaves, the cold seeping through her soles. Every breath carried the putrid stench of rot and decay, the rogue's signature, thick and filthy sweet, like old blood and unwashed flesh. "More than 6, Rune murmured, nostrils flaring. Her tongue flicked out, tasting the air. A dozen musk-stained ghosts, each reeking of starvation and feral madness. Garrett's jaw tightened, his earpiece crackling with static and desperation. Delta Team's report was a broken fragment, a snarling, panting whisper over the comms. Then chaos, the slam of bodies, the shriek of claws on stone, the wet squelch of teeth sinking into flesh. They ran, paws silent on moss, the night thick with tension. When they burst into the clearing, the fight was a swirling maelstrom, robed as black as the void, their eyes glowing with hollow, rabid fire. 12 of them, broad-shouldered and hunched, their fur matted with dirt and blood, their growls low and gurgling, like water overwrought. Rune's wolf hissed in her skull, fur bristling at the sour reek of fear rolling off the Delta Team. One fighter bled from a gaping wound in his flank, crimson seeping into the snow. Another dragged a twisted ankle, his breath rasping and wet, but they stood firm, a wall of steel and snarls. Alpha Team, engage. Formation Delta 3. Garrett's order was a war drum, and the pack split, a river branching into shadows. Rune slipped left, her knife icy in her grip, her pulse thrumming a war song. The robe that charged her was a mountain of muscle, fur charcoal gray with jagged white scars, foam green and glistening at its jaws. She sidestepped, the creature's momentum slamming past her, and carved a deep gash down its side with a shriek of steel. It twisted, claws raking her ribs, and she tasted copper and iron, her own blood. The fight was a blur of motion, claws raking bark, the thwack of staffs, the wet pop of bones breaking. Koda shifted mid-leap, his golden fur glowing like liquid sunlight, fangs driving into 2 rogues at once. Garrett's wolf was a shadowy blur, his snarls deep and resonant, a conductor's baton in a symphony of blood. Rune shifted too, her bones snapping, fur erupting black as midnight, her scream a feral thing raw and wild. She met the rogue head-on, claws tearing, teeth snapping, the thud of their collision shaking the trees. The rogue was bigger, but Rune was hungrier. She sank her jaws into its throat, feeling the fragile crunch of cartilage, and shook until the body went limp and lifeless, its blood warming her muzzle, soaking into the snow. But there was no time. The rogue Alpha was a beast of legend, fur ink black with a silver strike down its spine, eyes wild and luminous, a hissing, spiting demon. It lunged for Tom, the Delta wolf with the sunburned nose and calloused paws, who had nodded to Rune days ago. Rune saw it happen in slow, terrible frames, the jaws clamping, the bone-shattering crack, Tom's howl screwed with pain. She ran, human form lithe and desperate, grabbed a fallen oak branch, rough and splintered, sap still bleeding, and swung. The impact jolted up her arms, wood splintering, and the Alpha staggered, blood squirting like a geyser, bright red against the snow. It turned on her. The charge was a freight train, and she dodged, barely. The second strike caught her, shoulders slamming into her chest, ribs crunching, breath exploding. She hit a tree hard, the bark biting into her back, the world blurring into stars. And then, Koda. His wolf was a golden storm, fur gleaming like molten metal, claws slicing through the air, a roar of fury that shook the leaves. He hit the robe like a tidal wave, and it was over in 3 heartbeats. Teeth, claws, bone, and then silence. He shifted back, steam rising from his skin, and crouched beside her, his voice raw, hands trembling. "Rune, are you fine?" she gasped, lungs screaming, vision swimming. She tried to push up, but her body refused, crimson blooming through her fingers as she gripped her side. His hand closed around hers, warm, calloused, steady, and the world shattered. The mate bond was lightning and lava, electric and endless, a hum in her bones, a shout in her blood. Koda's eyes dilated to black, his pupils gone, his breath hitching. Mine, mate, forever. Words screamed through her, ancient and unyielding. She yanked free, skin searing where he would touched her, and scrambled back, ribs screaming. "Do not," she snarled, voice raw, teeth bared. "Do not you fucking dare." Koda's face was frozen in shock, his hands still outstretched where she would torn away. "Rune, no." She got her feet under her, stood, even though everything hurt. "Whatever you felt, whatever you think just happened. No, absolutely fucking not." "But," I said no. Her voice cracked like a whip, and wolves around them, still catching their breath from the fight, checking injuries, securing the dead robes, turned to stare. Koda's expression was stunned, devastated, hopeful all at once. His mouth opened like he was going to argue, going to acknowledge what they would both felt. "Do not," Rune said, quieter but no less fierce. "Do not say it. Do not name it. Do not make it real." She could see the moment Koda understood, the moment he realized she was rejecting it, rejecting him, before it could even begin. His face went carefully blank, emotions shuddering behind alpha control. "Understood," he said quietly. Rune turned away before she could see the hurt in his eyes, before her traitorous wolf had made her take it back. She spotted Garrett coordinating the aftermath, warriors checking the perimeter, making sure no more rogues were incoming. "Status," she called, her voice steadier than she felt. 12 robes down, Garrett reported. "No fatalities on our side. 3 injuries, broken leg, shoulder wound, and a concussion. Iris is treating them now." Rune's eyes found the injured wolves. The Delta fighter with the broken leg was already being loaded onto a stretcher, 2 packmates carrying him carefully toward the medical building. Another fighter was getting his shoulder bandaged by one of Iris's assistants. The patrol med pack opened beside them, supplies being used exactly as designed. "Med packs worked," Tom said, limping over. Blood matted his fur, but he was grinning. "Kit had everything we needed for field treatment. Bought us time until proper help arrived." Rune felt something shift in her chest. Pride, relief. The fierce satisfaction of seeing systems actually work. "Good," she managed. "That is, good." Around them, the pack was functioning like a machine. Beta team was securing the rogue bodies for disposal. The Gamma team was checking in from the residential area. Pups and elders all safe. No breaches in the defensive perimeter. Warriors were checking each other's injuries, applying field treatment, and working together. This was what she would been building. Rune, Koda's voice, careful, keeping distance. "You should get checked out. You hit that tree hard." "I am fine." She was not fine. Her ribs were definitely cracked. Her back was one massive bruise, and her wolf was howling in confusion about why they would rejected their mate. She shoved the thought away violently. "Iris needs to," Koda tried again. "I said I am fine." Rune dragged a hand through her hair, fingers shaking, and forced her breathing into a steady count. In for 4, hold, out for 6. The ritual grounded her, barely, helped push back the overwhelming wrongness of what she would just done. Mate bonds did not just happen. They were rare, precious, supposedly blessed by the moon herself. And Rune had just rejected hers without hesitation. Good. She did not need complications, did not need ties, did not need She watched one of the younger fighters, barely 20, being helped by his patrol partner, the older wolf, supporting his weight as they made their way toward medical. The trust between them, the care. She watched Garrett organizing body disposal with quiet efficiency, his commands respected immediately. She watched Marcus coordinating with the residential defense team, making sure families felt safe. She watched Claire emerging from the kitchens with thermoses of hot coffee and food for the fighters, already thinking ahead to what they would need after the adrenaline crash. She watched this pack, this broken, dysfunctional disaster that she would be tearing apart and rebuilding, functioning like an actual pack for the first time in years. And she felt something she absolutely did not want to feel: care, not a professional obligation, not just duty, but actual, genuine concern for these wolves, for their safety, for their futures, for whether they survived and thrived or fell apart. "Fuck," she breathed, the word scraping out like it hurt. "Rune?" Garrett approached, concern on his face. "Are you sure you are okay?" That was a hard hit. "Yeah, I am." She stopped, looked at him, at this enforcer who would be neutered for years, and was finally remembering what it meant to lead. "You did good tonight, real good." The coordination for formations, that was textbook. Garrett's face lit up. "We have been drilling all week, finally got everyone comfortable working as units instead of individuals. It showed. No one died tonight because of that training." She tipped her head, eyes hard. "Keep it up. Do not let them slide back into bad habits." "I will not." He hesitated. "Thank you for teaching me how to actually enforce again, for giving me back my job." Rune nodded, uncomfortable with gratitude, and turned to survey the territory. The dawn was starting to break, gray light filtering through the trees. The pack was settling, injuries being treated, bodies being removed, order being restored. Her eyes found Koda without meaning to. He was talking with Marcus, both of them reviewing something on a tablet, probably incident reports, coordination notes, things that needed documentation. But even from a distance, she could see the tension in his shoulders, the careful way he was not looking at her. The mate bond hummed between them, undeniable, trying to draw them together. Rune's wolf whined, confused and hurt by the rejection. "Shut up," she muttered to her wolf. "We do not need that complication." But even as she said it, watching the pack function around her, watching the systems she would build actually save lives, she knew the truth. She was already more invested in this pack than she would intended to be, not because of a make bond she refused to acknowledge, but because somewhere over the past week, these wolves had stopped being a project and started being hers, not in the possessive way an alpha owned their pack, but in the way someone cared about something they would built from broken pieces, and that far more than any mate bond was dangerous, because caring meant it would hurt when she left, and she would leave. I had to leave. This was not her pack. This was a temporary assignment. Fix the disaster, restore order, return to Braxton's territory where she belonged. That was the plan. That had always been the plan. "Rune," Iris called from the medical building doorway. "I need you to come get checked out. Now. Non-negotiable." Rune sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Fine, but I am going to be a pain in your ass the entire time. I do not care if you set yourself on fire as long as you let me make sure you did not break your spine." Iris's voice was firm, the confidence of someone who would found her place and refused to be intimidated. As Rune walked toward the medical building, she felt eyes on her back. Knew without looking that Koda was watching, that he was probably fighting every instinct to come with her, to make sure she was okay, to act on what they would both felt. Good thing one of them had sense enough to reject it, even if her wolf was howling in protest, even if something in her chest ached in a way that had nothing to do with cracked ribs. Fuck mate, bonds, she thought viciously. Fuck fate. Fuck the moon and her divine plans. She had a pack to fix, systems to maintain, order to enforce. She did not have time for complications like destiny, even if every cell in her body was screaming that she would just rejected the one thing she would been searching for her entire life. She shoved the thought away. Work. Focus on work. Everything else could burn. Inside the medical bay, Iris worked efficiently, checking Rune's ribs cracked, but not broken, examining her back, Massive bruising, no spinal damage, cataloging the various cuts and scrapes. You got lucky, Iris said, wrapping Rune's ribs. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, Rune took a drag, watching through the window as the pack continued coordinating in the pre-dawn light. Could have been. The med packs worked perfectly, Iris continued, something like pride in her voice. Field treatment kept Tom stable until we could get him here. The broken leg was immobilized properly. Everyone knew what to do. Because you trained them right. Iris smiled, small but genuine. Thank you for trusting me with this. Yeah. Rune stared through the window as the pack moved with grim efficiency in the pre-dawn light. Rune nodded, uncomfortable with gratitude, and kept watching. Outside, Koda was directing cleanup efforts. Looking every inch the alpha he was becoming. Strong, decisive, leading without undermining his command structure. The mate bond hummed, trying to pull her toward him. Rune ignored it with every ounce of stubbornness she possessed. She had 2 weeks left, maybe 3, until this pack was stable enough for her to leave. She could ignore a mate bond for 2 weeks. She would ignore it worse, even if it felt like tearing herself in half, even if her wolf was howling betrayal, even if somewhere deep inside she knew she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Work, she reminded herself. Focus on work. Everything else could burn. Rune stood in the courtyard at 4:45 a.m., running on stubbornness and feeling like absolute shit. The pre-dawn sky was a bruise of indigo and slate gray, streaked with the first hints of steel-blue dawn. Frost clung to the edges of the flagstone pathways, crunching underfoot with each step. A damp chill bit through her woolen jacket, the fabric scratchy against her skin, while the scent of earth and decaying leaves lingered in the air after last night's rain. Her ribs ached with every breath, the jagged pain sharp as shattered glass. Her back was a canvas of purple and black bruises, deep violets, army greens, and dusky blues, mottled against the pale skin of her shoulders where her shirt rode up. She would gotten maybe an hour of sleep before forcing herself out of bed for roster call, because missing it would send the wrong message. The stale musk of her own sweat and the metallic tang of dried blood clung to her, mixed with the smoky bitterness of coffee she would chug just to stay upright. And underneath all the physical pain was something worse, the constant hum of the mate bond she was trying desperately to ignore. Pulsed in her molars, low, electric vibration like a taut violin string, pulling at her navel and the base of her skull. Her wolf was sulking, wounded by their rejection, confused about why they could not have what fate had offered. Rune forced her breathing into a steady rhythm and shoved it all down. Work. Focus on work. The pack gathered slowly, some limping from last night's fight, their paces uneven, their shoulders sagging with exhaustion. Dawn's pale light glinted off crusted blood on bandages and torn sweaters. The air smelled of antiseptic from med packs, leather from gear, and the sour tang of fatigue. When everyone was present, Garrett did the count, his voice, rough as sandpaper, hurried over the muted murmurs. 60 present, reported. Good. Rune's voice was rougher than usual, pain and lack of sleep grinding it down to a gravelly rasp. Before we start drills, let us talk about last night. The pack went quiet, attentive. A crow cawed in the distance. The only other sound was the whisper of wind through dry oak branches. You functioned like a unit. First time since I have been here that you actually looked like a pack, instead of a collection of individuals. She let the silence sit for a beat. A scent of unwashed bodies and adrenaline thickened the air. Coordination was solid. Med packs worked. No one died. That is what happens when you follow training, respect your enforcer, and work together instead of fighting each other. A few nods, some tired smiles, teeth chipped or stained from previous fights. Garrett's going to be analyzing what worked and what needs improvement. We will adjust training accordingly. But bottom line, you proved last night that this pack can be functional, can be safe, can be what you should have been all along. Tom, the older fighter who had nearly been killed by the rogue Alpha, spoke up. Thank you for teaching us how to work as a team. He paused, for giving a shit whether we lived or died. Rune shifted uncomfortably, her boots scuffing the stone. Just doing my job. No, Tom said firmly. You went beyond your job. You saved my life last night when you could have stayed back. And you have been saving this whole pack since you arrived. So, thank you." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, mingling with the scent of bitter coffee from the mess hall vents. Rune saw gratitude in faces that had been hostile a week ago, cracks of warmth in soot-streaked cheeks, eyes that had watched her burn mattresses and throw bottles now softened with reluctant respect. Saw in the back a small group of women whose expressions were anything but grateful. Sheila stood at the center of them, 6 women total, all former heads, who had been demoted or reassigned. Their postures were rigid, shoulders squared like fists, eyes gleaming with a fury that smelled of scorched tobacco and pine resin, hatred thick in their throaty breathing. Not all the women near them held that same line. 2, standing just outside Sheila's cluster, hesitated. One's knuckles whitened on her belt loops as she took a single step back, barely noticeable, but enough to break formation. The other folded her arms and looked away, jaw tight, refusing to meet Sheila's eyes. The weight of their silence hung like fog between them. They did not move toward Rune, but they did not move with Sheila either. "All right," Rune said, pushing past the moment. Her voice carried a crackle of tension, like kindling catching fire. "Light drills this morning since you are all beat to hell. Just enough to keep you limber. Then breakfast and rest. Those who were injured last night get the day off patrol. Everyone else, I challenge you." Sheila's voice cut through the courtyard like a blade, sharp and high, splitting the fragile calm. The pack froze. A sparrow's wings rustled in a nearby tree. Rune did not turn around. "I said I challenge you." Sheila pushed through the crowd, her 5 supporters flanking her like wolves at a kill, their movements jerky with aggression. The air between them thrummed with the scent of her anger, copper and ozone. "You come in here, burn our property, take our positions, humiliate us in front of the whole pack, and now you want us to thank you? Fuck that." Rune turned. "You are challenging what exactly?" "Your authority, your position here, your right to make us live like slaves." Sheila's face was flushed, her hands clenched so tight her knuckles were bone white. "We are not your soldiers. We are wolves with rights, and you cannot just hold you accountable, cannot just expect you to do your jobs, cannot just implement consequences when you ignore orders. You are a tyrant." One of the other women, Morden, shouted, her voice shrill as a whistle. "You have turned this pack into a prison." Rune studied them. These 6 women, who had spent years being catered to, who had weaponized tears and manipulation, who had never faced real consequences until she arrived. The scent of their desperation clung to them, sweet and cloying as rot. "Let me make sure I understand," Rune said, her voice dangerously calm, a still lake before the storm. "You are challenging me because I made you work, because I stopped letting you play power games while pups went hungry and the medbay sat trashed, because I gave leadership positions to wolves who actually knew what they were doing instead of just being loud. You humiliated us." Sheila's voice cracked, raw as a burn. "Made us look weak in front of everyone. You humiliated yourselves," Rune corrected. "I just stopped pretending you were competent when you clearly were not." Sheila's face went from red to purple, her breath coming in short staccato bursts. "I am done taking your shit." She stepped forward, fists raised, the air around her crackling with the musk of adrenaline and desperation. "You want to run this pack? You are going to have to go through me." The pack shifted nervously, the scent of their anxiety thick in the air. Garrett moved forward, but Rune held up a hand, stopping him. "Are you sure about this?" Rune asked Sheila. "Really sure." "Fucking positive," Sheila charged. Rune did not move, did not shift her weight. She just waited, the cold morning air biting her exposed skin, the sound of Sheila's ragged breaths filling the silence. Sheila came in throwing a wild punch, telegraphed, uncontrolled, all emotion and no technique. Rune sidestepped easily, letting Sheila's momentum carry her past. The woman stumbled, catching herself with a grunt, the sound raw and wet in the still air. She spun back around. "Stand still, you bitch." "Why?" Rune did not wait for an answer. "You are supposed to be a fighter. Act like one." Sheila charged again, this time trying to grapple. Rune caught her wrist, the bones warm and slick with sweat, twisted, and used Sheila's own force to spin her around and shove her back toward her group of supporters. The sound of flesh on flesh echoed sharp and final. "Is this really what you want?" Rune asked. "To get your ass kicked in front of your whole pack? Because that is where this is going." "I'm going to make you bleed." Sheila came at her a third time, wild and desperate, her breath smelling of cheap wine and rage. And this time, Rune did not dodge. She stepped in, and her hand came up in a sharp open palm slap that cracked across Sheila's face like a gunshot. The sound echoed across the courtyard, a thunderclap in the stillness. Sheila's head snapped to the side, her cheekbones stinging with the impact, warmth blooming beneath the skin, the metallic tang of blood in the air. She froze, hand coming up to her burning cheek, eyes wide with shock and humiliation. Rune had not punched her, had not fought her like an equal. She would corrected her, like a misbehaving child. "You do not get a fight," Rune said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of snowfall. "You do not get to be treated like a warrior challenging another warrior. You know why?" Sheila stood frozen, tears starting in her eyes, tears of humiliation, not pain, their salt sharp in the cold air. "Because you are not a warrior. You are a dishwasher who does not like her job. And you are so desperate to feel important again that you would rather get hurt than admit you were never as special as you thought you were." Rune felt the shift ripple through the pack. The moment when someone stops being a person and becomes a lesson. She hated that moment, always had. But she would learned a long time ago that if you flinched here, if you softened, if you tried to make it kinder, you paid for it later in blood. Necessary, she told herself again. It did not make it light. The words landed like stones. Sheila's face crumpled, her supporters shifting uneasily, their earlier bravado evaporating like mist. "You want to challenge someone?" Rune did not raise her voice. "Then earn the right. Become someone worth challenging. Right now, you are just a wolf having a tantrum because you finally have to face consequences." Sheila's 5 supporters shifted uncomfortably, suddenly less confident, their postures slumping. "Anyone else?" Rune looked at them. "Does anyone else want to step up? Want to tell me I'm a tyrant for making you accountable? Want to challenge my authority?" Morkan opened her mouth, hesitated. "Go ahead," Rune said. "I will slap you too, publicly, in front of everyone. Because that is what you are, children who need correction, not warriors who deserve respect." The courtyard was absolutely silent, 60 wolves watching, waiting. And then, the packhouse door opened, and Koda stepped out. The morning light caught his skin, olden as honey, his hair damp and dark with the smell of clean linen and something richer, cinnamon, maybe, or the earth after rain. His boots thudded against the stone, slow and deliberate, the air between them humming with a tension Rune felt in her bones, sharp and sweet as a blade. He did not rush, did not run. He walked with deliberate, measured steps, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots, echoing through the misty morning air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and ozone. Every step his presence grew, like a physical force that pressed against every wolf in the courtyard. The golden light of dawn cast long shadows behind him, making his silhouette seem even more imposing, his broad shoulders and strong jawline accentuated by the soft, warm glow. His alpha power unfurled like wings, a palpable, shimmering aura that seemed to ripple the air around him, sending a shiver down the spines of the wolves who watched him approach. Rune felt it hit, the sheer weight of him, like a crashing wave that threatened to overwhelm her. Not the uncertain, peacekeeping Koda who had been strangling his own authority for 6 years, but the alpha he was becoming, the alpha he would always had the potential to be. The air seemed to vibrate with his power, making her teeth hum and her wolf's hackles rise in instinctive response. She could smell the leather of his jacket, the rich, earthy scent of his skin, and the faint tang of coffee on his breath, a potent mix that made her heart pound in her chest. Sheila and her supporters felt it too, their eyes darting nervously towards Koda as they flinched, stepping backward, their wolves automatically responding to an alpha in full authority. Sound of their feet scuffling against the gravel was like a chorus of nervous whispers, a staccato beat that underscored the tension in the air. The sky above was a deep, foreboding gray, with clouds that seemed to swirl and twist in response to Koda's growing power, as if the very weather itself was being drawn into his orbit. Koda stopped beside Rune, his movements economical and precise, like a predator stalking its prey. He did not look at her, did not acknowledge the mate bond that hummed between them, the rejection from last night, the unspoken tension that crackled like a live wire in the air. His focus was entirely on the 6 challengers, his eyes burning with a fierce, golden light that seemed to sear the air around him. The sound of his breathing was slow and measured, a steady rhythm that seemed to underscore his words, as if every syllable was a promise, a threat, and a warning all rolled into one. You want to know why Rune has the authority she has? His voice was not loud, but it carried with the kind of power that made wolves bare their throats, a low, thrumming sound that seemed to vibrate through every cell in their bodies. Because I gave it to her. The words were like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down at the feet of the challengers, a declaration of his support and his authority that seemed to shake the very foundations of the courtyard. He took a step forward, and his alpha presence intensified, like a blowtorch turned up to maximum heat. Several wolves in the crowd whimpered, unable to help the instinctive response, their bodies trembling with fear and submission. Air seemed to distort around him, as if reality itself was being warped and bent to accommodate his power. The sound of their whimpers was like a chorus of fear, a high-pitched keening that seemed to underscore the danger that lurked beneath Koda's words. Every decision she has made, every consequence she has implemented, every structure she has built, every time she has held you accountable, she did it with my full support, my complete backing. My authority behind her. Koda's eyes, golden, blazing with power, fixed on Sheila, his gaze like a lance that seemed to pierce her very soul. The sound of his voice was like a drum beat, a steady, pulsing rhythm that seemed to drive home his words, as if every syllable was a nail being hammered into the coffin of their rebellion. So when you challenge her, you challenge me. When you question her authority, you question mine. When you refuse to follow her orders, you refuse to follow my orders. A growl rolled out of his chest, low, dangerous, the kind of sound that made prey animals run and wolves submit. The air itself seemed to vibrate with it, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart by his anger. The sound of his growl was like thunder, a low, rumbling noise that seemed to shake the foundations of the courtyard, making the wolves tremble with fear. I am your alpha, and I have decided that this pack will function properly, or it will not exist at all. Rune is here to make that happen, which means you have 2 choices, and only 2. He let the silence hang, let his presence press down on them, like a physical weight that seemed to crush the air from their lungs. The sound of their breathing was like a chorus of fear, a high-pitched keening that seemed to underscore the danger that lurked beneath Koda's words. Choice 1. You accept your assigned roles. You do your work. You follow the chain of command. You respect the department heads and the structure we are building. You become functional members of this pack. His voice went cold, like ice water poured down their spines, making them shiver with fear. The sound of his words was like a slap, a sharp, stinging sensation that seemed to wake them up to the reality of their situation. Choice 2. You leave. Right now. Today. Walk out those gates and never come back. Find another pack that will tolerate your manipulation, drama, and refusal to be accountable. Good luck with that. Koda took another step forward, and Sheila actually stumbled backward, her wolf screaming submission, the sound of her fear like a screamed warning to the others. The air seemed to distort around him, as if reality itself was being warped and bent to accommodate his power. The 6 women scattered like prey animals, practically running to get away from their alpha's fury, the sound of their feet pounding against the gravel like a chorus of fear. The rest of the pack stood in awed silence, their eyes fixed on Koda like rabbits mesmerized by a snake, their bodies trembling with fear and submission. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, as if the very atmosphere itself was being charged with electricity, making every hair on their bodies stand on end. Koda turned to Rune, and for just a moment his expression softened, like a crack in the armor of his alpha presence. You okay? The sound of his voice was like a gentle breeze, a soft, soothing sensation that seemed to calm the stormy waters of her emotions. Fine. Rune exhaled slowly, her heart pounding for reasons that had nothing to do with the fight, the sound of her breathing like a sigh of relief. Did not need the rescue, but She paused. That was fucking impressive. The words were like a whispered secret, a confidence shared between two lovers, a moment of intimacy that seemed to underscore the bond between them. I was not rescuing you. You had it handled. Koda's voice was quiet now, just between them, a gentle, soothing sound that seemed to calm the stormy waters of her emotions. I was showing the pack that you speak with my authority. That challenging you means facing me. That is how this should work. The words were like a promise, a vow of support and protection, a declaration of his love and loyalty that seemed to make her heart skip a beat. Rune studied him, this alpha who had been buried under 6 years of misguided kindness, who had finally emerged, fully formed, absolutely certain of his power. The sound of her gaze was like a caress, a soft, gentle sensation that seemed to soothe his savage beast. You are getting it, she said. Actually, getting it, the balance between heart and strength. The words were like a benediction, a blessing bestowed upon him, a declaration of her love and admiration that seemed to make his heart swell with pride. I had a good teacher. Something flickered in his eyes. The mate bond, the connection, the thing they were not acknowledging, a spark of attraction that seemed to arc between them like a live wire. Then it was gone, shuttered behind alpha control, leaving only a faint glow of emotion, a soft, gentle sensation that seemed to underscore the bond between them. And I meant what I said. Every decision you make has my full backing, no undermining, no softening. You have my complete trust. The words were like a vow, a promise of support and protection, a declaration of his love and loyalty that seemed to make her heart skip a beat. The words should not have meant as much as they did, but they did, the sound of them like music to her ears, a sweet, gentle melody that seemed to soothe her savage beast. Good, Rune managed, her voice barely above a whisper, the sound of her breathing like a sigh of relief, because we are not done yet. Still got, she checked her mental timeline, at least 2 more weeks of work before this pack is stable enough for me to leave. The words were like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down at the feet of the pack, a declaration of her determination and resolve that seemed to make Koda's heart swell with pride. Something crossed Koda's face at the word leave, a flicker of pain, or maybe acceptance, a moment of raw emotion that seemed to underscore the bond between them. But he nodded, his movements economical and precise, like a predator stalking its prey. Then we will make sure these 2 weeks count. The words were like a promise, a vow of support and protection, a declaration of his love and loyalty that seemed to make her heart skip a beat. He turned to address the pack, his voice carrying across the courtyard like a trumpet blast, the sound of his words like a call to arms, a declaration of war against the forces of chaos and disorder. I drills, like Rune said, then breakfast and rest. And I want every single one of you to think about what you just witnessed. Think about what kind of wolf you want to be in this pack. Because we are building something real here, something functional and safe and strong. You can be part of that, or you can get the fuck out of the way. The words were like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down at the feet of the pack, a declaration of his determination and resolve that seemed to make them tremble with fear and submission. His eyes scanned the crowd, like a hawk searching for prey, the sound of his gaze like a cold, calculating wind that seemed to freeze their blood in their veins. Is anyone unclear on that? Silence was absolute, a complete and utter stillness that seemed to underscore the power of his words, the weight of his authority that seemed to crush the air from their lungs. Good. Garrett, run the drills. Run. He glanced at her, his eyes burning with a fierce, golden light. Get some rest. You took a hell of a hit last night, and you are clearly in pain. The words were like a command, an order issued by a superior officer, a declaration of his concern and care that seemed to make her heart swell with emotion. I am fine, Rune started to protest, but Koda's alpha voice cut her off, a low thrumming sound that seemed to vibrate through every cell in her body. That was not a request. The words were like a slap, a sharp, stinging sensation that seemed to wake her up to the reality of her situation. You have been running on adrenaline and spite for a week. Rest. That is an order. The sound of his voice was like a drum beat, a steady, pulsing rhythm that seemed to drive home his words, as if every syllable was a nail being hammered into the coffin of her rebellion. Rune wanted to argue, but the truth was, She was exhausted, her body trembling with fatigue, her mind reeling with the aftermath of the fight. Her ribs hurt, her back hurt, everything hurt, the pain like a constant throbbing ache that seemed to underscore her vulnerability. And more than that, she needed space from Koda, and the mate bond that was screaming at her could close the distance between them, the sound of her heart like a drum beat in her chest. Fine, she conceded, the word like a surrender, a declaration of her defeat. 2 hours, then I am back. The sound of her voice was like a whispered secret, a confidence shared between two lovers, a moment of intimacy that seemed to underscore the bond between them. 4 hours, Koda countered, his voice like a command, an order issued by a superior officer. The sound of his words was like a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down at the feet of her rebellion. 3, or I am ignoring you and doing what I want anyway, Rune shot back, her voice like a slap, a sharp, stinging sensation that seemed to wake him up to the reality of her situation. The sound of her words was like a drumbeat, a steady, pulsing rhythm that seemed to drive home her determination and resolve. His smile was brief but genuine, a moment of raw emotion that seemed to underscore the bond between them. 3, deal. The words were like a vow, a promise of support and protection, a declaration of his love and loyalty that seemed to make her heart skip a beat. As Rune walked toward the pack house, she heard the pack start to murmur, the sound of their voices like a gentle, soothing melody that seemed to underscore the sense of community and belonging that was growing between them. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, but it was a good kind of tension, the kind that came from possibility and promise, the kind that seemed to underscore the bond between them, the kind that seemed to make her heart swell with emotion. Did you see his face? Actual alpha authority. Holy shit, about time someone stood up for Rune. Think Sheila actually pissed herself. And from Tom, quiet but carrying, that is what a real alpha looks like. Finally, Rune glanced back once, just once, and saw Koda standing in the center of the courtyard. He was talking with Garrett and Marcus, coordinating, leading. His presence was calmer now, but still undeniable. This was who he was meant to be, not Braxton, not some softer version of strength. Just Koda, with all his heart and care, backed by the willingness to be fierce when needed. The mate bond hummed with approval, with recognition, with want. Rune shoved it down and kept walking. 2 more weeks, maybe 3, then she would go back to Braxton's territory where she belonged, where things made sense, where she was not constantly fighting the urge to claim what fate had offered. She climbed the stairs to her room, ignoring the way her wolf was howling. Work, she reminded herself. Just focus on work. But as she collapsed onto her bed, ribs aching and exhaustion finally catching up, she could not stop seeing Koda's face when he would step out of that pack house. Could not stop feeling the way his power had unfurled like wings. Could not stop knowing, with absolute certainty, that she would just witness the moment Koda truly became the alpha he was meant to be. And she would rejected being his mate before he could even ask. Fuck, she thought, and closed her eyes. Fuck mate bonds. Fuck fate. Fuck everything. But even in the darkness behind her eyelids, she could still feel the pull, still hear her wolf whining. Still know that walking away from this pack, from him, was going to hurt worse than any robe's attack ever could. 2 more weeks. She could survive 2 more weeks, even if it killed her. Rune waited until midnight to make the call, the moon a pale silver coin, casting faint shadows across the rooftop's gritty gravel. She sat on the roof of the pack house, accessed through a maintenance hatch she would found on her second day, its iron handle rusted and pitted, her laptop balanced on her knees, its blue glow flickering against her face like a tiny, persistent fire. A thermos of coffee, steam curling into the frigid air, its aroma rich and bitter with a hint of burnt dark roast, sat beside her, condensation beating on its stainless steel surface. The cold night air bit at her exposed skin, each breath a blade of frost against her cheeks, her fingers tingling as she rolled her Zippo, a battered silver lighter, its engraving worn smooth over her knuckles like it was a worry stone. The metal was icy against her palms, its click sharp and metallic as she opened and closed it, a metronome to her fraying nerves. The stars were brilliant this far from city lights, a tapestry of indigo and black slashed with silver. Each star burned clear and cold, indifferent to the chaos of wolves below, their howls, the scrape of paws on earth, the acrid tang of blood and smoke still clinging to the wind from the rogue attack. Rune took a slow breath, steadying herself, the air sharp in her lungs, tasting of pine and frost. As she hit the dial, Braxton answered on the second ring. "Rune, it is late. Is everything okay?" Define okay. Her breath fogged faintly in the air as she stared up at the stars, their light glinting off the frost forming at her hairline. Pack is functional. Systems are holding. Koda's actually leading instead of people-pleasing. So yeah, mission accomplished. But Braxton's voice was too perceptive, too knowing, his tone a low rumble over the static of the line. "But I need to tell you something." She rubbed her thumb along the edge of the lighter, buying time, the metal cool and unyielding. "And you are going to have opinions about it." "When do I not have opinions?" "Fair." Rune stared at her hands, knuckles pale from gripping the lighter, fingertips stained with coffee stains and old scabs, like they might offer instructions. "I found my mate." Silence. Then, "Rune, that is incredible." "Who?" "Koda." The silence stretched longer this time, punctuated only by the distant hoot of an owl and the whisper of wind through bare trees. She could almost hear Braxton processing, calculating, the weight of implications pressing into the pause. "When?" he asked finally, his voice fraying at the edges. "2 nights ago, during the rogue attack. He helped me up after I got thrown into a tree and—" She made a helpless gesture anyway, like he could see it, her coat sleeve creaking with the movement. "Boom. Mate. Undeniable. Absolute. And?" Braxton's voice was careful, a controlled growl. "What did you do?" "I rejected it." "Rune, before you start, I had good reasons. I am here temporarily. This is not my pack. I have a job with you. I cannot just—" She stopped, frustration sharp in her throat, the taste of bitter coffee and something acrid like smoke. "I cannot just stay because fate decided to throw me a curveball." Braxton was quiet for a long moment. She could hear him breathing, the rasp of his inhalations, the creak of his chair. Then, "How did Koda take it?" "He has not said anything, has not acknowledged it. Just—" Rune's jaw tightened, her teeth gritting against the memory. "Keeps his distance, respects the rejection. Acts like a professional alpha, who definitely did not just get his mate bond thrown back in his face. That must be killing him." "Yeah, well." She flicked the lighter open and closed with a soft click, the blue flame casting brief shadows on her face. "Join the club. It is hurting you too." It was not a question. Rune did not answer, which is answer enough. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant smoke, the cold seeping through her jeans as she shifted, her teeth chattering faintly. "Rune." Braxton's voice went gentle now, the way it got when he was talking her down from one of her self-destructive spirals, low and warm, like a hearth fire through a phone line. "Talk to me. Really talk to me. Why did you reject it?" "I told you." "No, those were excuses. I want the real reason." Rune drew in a long breath, her ribs aching as she held it, the cold air a dagger in her lungs. The truth sat heavy in her chest, years of conditioning and fear wrapped around it like chains. "Because I am not Luna material," she said finally, her voice cracking like dry twigs. "I am your enforcer. I break people as bad habits with my bare hands and scare the shit out of them." "I do not." Her voice caught, a lump of ice forming in her throat. "I do not do soft. I do not do nurturing. I do not know what a Luna should be. And what should Luna be? Someone like, I do not know. Someone gentle. Someone who builds bridges instead of burning them. Someone who is not you?" Braxton interrupted, his tone sharper now, the lighters click, click, click in her ear. "Rune, that is bullshit, and you know it." She flinched, her free hand pressing into the gravelly roof, the coarse grit biting into her palm. "Brax, no, listen to me." His voice went firm, alpha and friend all at once, the kind of command that made wolves drop to their knees. "I have watched you for years. Watch you push away every good thing that came your way, because you decided you did not deserve it. Watched you sabotage relationships, reject opportunities, keep everyone at arm's length. Because some fucked up part of you still believes what your birth pack said. The year are not worth keeping. The words hit like bullets, each one a thud against her sternum. Rune's throat tightened hard enough to hurt, the taste of iron blooming on her tongue like blood. You are doing it again, Braxton continued, his voice a steady drumbeat over the howling wind. You found your mate. Rune, the one thing most wolves spend their whole lives hoping for, and your first instinct was to reject it, not because Koda's not worthy, not because the timing's wrong, but because you do not think you are allowed to have good things. That is not, she started, but the words died. Because he was right. God, he was right. You rebuilt an entire pack from scratch, Braxton said, softer now, the warmth returning like a hand on her shoulder. You took chaos and made it functional. You identified skilled wolves who would be overlooked and gave them authority. You trained fighters, organized departments, implemented systems that saved lives during that rogue attack. You did all that in less than 2 weeks. He paused. That is exactly what a Luna does. That is exactly what Koda's pack needs. Not some soft, gentle peacekeeper. It's someone who will hold them accountable, who will build structure, who will be fierce enough to protect what matters. Rune swallowed hard, her throat raw. I scared them. Half the pack probably hates me. Half the pack respects you more than they have respected anyone in years. And the other half is learning to. Braxton's voice was certain, unshakable. Rune, you are exactly what that pack needs. And Koda, Koda needs you even more than the pack does. He needs a Luna he needs you. Braxton's voice cracked slightly, the vulnerability raw as a fresh wound. You get it? You are already acting like his Luna. You have been doing it since you arrived. The only difference is you have not claimed the title. Rune wiped at her eyes angrily, her fingers smearing frost in tears. What about your pack? You need an enforcer. I have other enforcers. Good ones. They can step up. He went quiet for a moment, the line humming with the weight of his next words. But Koda only has one mate, and his pack only has one chance at getting a Luna. Was strong enough to keep them functional. Brax. Damn it, Rune. His voice roughened with emotion, the static of the line crackling like a campfire. Take something good for yourself. For once. Just once. Let yourself have what fate is offering instead of pushing it away because you are scared. I am not scared. Yes, you are. You are terrified. Because if you accept this, if you let yourself be Koda's mate, and that pack's Luna, you will have to believe you are worthy of it, and that is the one thing you have never been able to do. Rune's fingers curled around the coffee thermos until it hurt, the metal digging into her palm, the warmth of fleeting comfort against the cold seeping into her bones. What if I fuck it up? She asked quietly, the words dissolving into the frosty air. What if I am not what they need? What if I cannot? Then you will figure it out, same way you have figured out everything else. Braxton's voice warmed with affection, a flicker of the old, reverent wolf she would known for years. Rune, you are one of the strongest wolves I have ever known, not just physically, mentally. You survived rejection, neglect, being told you were worthless. You turned yourself into something incredible. You think you cannot handle being a Luna? You are already doing it. Rune let out a shaky breath, the cold air stinging her lungs. I do not know how to do this. The mate bond, being someone's, she struggled with the word, her voice fraying, being someone's person. Neither does Koda. Neither does anyone at first. That is why it is called a bond. You figure it out together. He paused, the line humming with the sound of his heartbeat. But Rune, you have to actually give it a chance. Cannot figure it out if you keep rejecting it before it starts. Rune stared at the stars, cold, unblinking, her breath coming slower now. He is becoming a good alpha, really good. Seeing him step up during that challenge yesterday, she stopped, her voice catching on a memory of fur and fire. He was fucking magnificent. All that power he would been sitting on for years finally unleashed. It was what you have been waiting for, Braxton finished, the gentleness in his tone a balm to her frayed edges. Not just a mate, but an equal, someone strong enough to stand beside you instead of behind you. Yeah, that was it exactly. I am scared, Rune admitted, the words raw, the cold air biting at her exposed throat. I am fucking terrified, Brax. Because what if I let myself have this and then it falls apart? What if it does not? Braxton countered, his voice a steady anchor. What if you let yourself have this, and it is everything you have been looking for? What if you finally get to be happy? Rune let out a wet laugh, the sound dissolving into the dark. Happiness sounds exhausting. It probably is, but I hear it is worth it. He paused. Rune, I want you to be happy. I want you to have what you deserve, and you deserve a May who looks at you like you hum the stars. You deserve a pack that needs exactly who you are. You deserve to stop running. What about you? Rune asked. You are my alpha. She struggled. My family. I cannot just leave you. Yes, you can. His voice was firm but gentle. And you should, because this is your chance, Rune. Your one shot at having something that is yours. Not my pack, not someone else's mission. Yours. Brax, I will be fine, he said, and she could hear the smile in his voice. I have got other enforcers. I have got a functional pack, and I will have a friend who is finally happy, which is worth more than having you here burning yourself out because you think you owe me. I do owe you. You saved me, and now I am saving you again by telling you to stay with Koda, to accept the mate bond, to let yourself be happy for once in your goddamn life. Rune sat with that, staring at the stars, letting tears slip down her cheeks without wiping them. You are lonely, she said finally. Are not you? I never saw it before, but you are lonely. Braxton was quiet for a long moment. Yeah, I am. Why did not you tell me? Because you had your own shit to deal with. And because, he sighed, because admitting you are lonely feels like admitting you failed somehow. Like if you were a better alpha, a better person, you would not be alone. That is bullshit, Rune said fiercely. You are an incredible alpha, an incredible person. If you are lonely, it is because leadership is isolating, not because you are lacking anything. Same applies to you, you know. His voice went wry. If you are scared of being a Luna, it is because the role is hard, not because you are lacking anything. Touché. Rune's mouth twitched. When did we get so fucked up? Probably around the same time we decided being strong meant being alone. Braxton's laugh was sad. But Rune, you do not have to be alone anymore. Koda's there. He wants you. His pack needs you. You just have to let yourself have it. And you? What about your loneliness? I will figure it out. Maybe fate has plans for me too. He paused. But right now we are talking about you. About whether you are going to keep running or whether you are finally going to stand still long enough to claim what is yours. Rune closed the lighter in her palm. The stars wheeled overhead. Indifferent and eternal. I need to think about it, she said finally. Think fast. Because every day you leave that bond rejected is another day you are hurting both yourself and Koda. Braxton's voice softened. But Rune, I am proud of you. For calling me. For being honest. For even considering this instead of just running. Have not decided to stay yet. No. But you are thinking about it. That is progress. She could hear the smile in his voice. Keep me updated. And Rune, whatever you decide, I'm here. Always. Love you, Brax. Love you too, kiddo. Now go get some sleep. And maybe talk to Koda. Ignoring the mate bond is not good for either of you. After they hung up, Rune stayed on the roof for another hour, thinking. Below her, the pack slept. Functional. Safe. Transformed from the disaster it had been 2 weeks ago. Because of her. Because she would cared enough to fix it. Damn it. She was already more invested than she would meant to be. Already cared about these wolves. Already felt protective of the systems she would build. The department heads she would empowered. The structure that was finally taking root. The question was not whether she cared. The question was whether she was brave enough to stay. 3 weeks after Rune had arrived, she stood in the courtyard at dawn, the chill of the morning air nipping at her nose, as she watched the pack move through morning drills with a precision that would have made a military unit jealous. The sky was a deep shade of indigo, with the first hints of sunrise bleeding across the horizon like watercolors on wet paper. The courtyard's stone floor, polished to a warm sheen by years of use, seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Garrick called commands, his voice ringing out across the courtyard, echoing off the walls as the wolves responded immediately. No hesitation, no complaints. Sound of their movements was a symphony of scratching claws, snapping twigs, and the soft thud of paws on stone. Fighters moved in coordinated formations, their movements a blur of fur and muscle as they wove in and out of each other with practiced ease. Newer wolves learned from veterans, their eyes shining with a mix of excitement and nerves as they struggled to keep up. Everyone worked together, a cohesive unit that seemed to hum with a sense of purpose. This was not the chaos she would walked into. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of damp earth and the sweet, heady aroma of blooming flowers. The sound of birdsong filled the air, a cheerful chorus that seemed to match the rhythm of the pack's movements. The atmosphere was alive, electric with a sense of possibility. This was a pack. Rune folded her arms, breathing in the cool morning air, feeling something settle in her chest that she could not quite name. The sensation was like a warm ember, glowing softly in the darkness. The medbay lights were on, casting a warm, golden glow over the courtyard as Iris ran her morning inventory check. The smell of antiseptic and fresh cotton wafted out, mingling with the scent of coffee drifting from the kitchen. The kitchen windows glowed warm, a comforting beacon of light and life. As Claire's team already prepped breakfast, the smell of fresh bread wafted across the territory, enticing and rich, making Rune's stomach growl with hunger. In the schoolhouse, Margaret was arranging supplies for the day's lessons, the sound of chalk scratching on blackboards, and the murmur of conversation filling the air. Riley was coordinating the housekeeping crew, ensuring the communal spaces stayed maintained, the sound of vacuum cleaners and mops filling the air as they worked. Every system Rune had built was functioning, a testament to her hard work and dedication. Every department head was thriving, their confidence and competence growing with each passing day. Every wolf knew their role and did it without needing constant supervision, a sense of trust and loyalty that seemed to permeate every aspect of pack life. It was beautiful, organized, safe. The courtyard was filled with the sound of laughter and conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and welcoming. And in 2 days, Rune was supposed to leave. Braxton had called last night, checking in, making sure she knew she did not have to come back if she did not want to, making sure she knew he meant it when he said the pack needed her as Luna. The memory of his voice was warm, reassuring, and it filled her with a sense of longing. She would told him she would think about it. She would been thinking about it for 3 days straight, avoiding Koda, running herself ragged, trying to figure out if she was brave enough to stay or coward enough to run. "You are up early," Marcus said, approaching with his coffee, the aroma filling the air as he walked. "Or did you ever actually go to bed?" The sound of his footsteps was a gentle crunch on the gravel, a soothing sound that seemed to match the rhythm of her heartbeat. "Bed's overrated," Rune muttered, feeling the rough stone beneath her feet, the cool air on her skin. "Sleep's for people who do not have life-altering decisions to make." The taste of her morning coffee was bitter, a reminder of the long nights she would spend thinking, weighing her options. "Ah, so we are still pretending you have not already decided to stay?" Marcus's tone was knowing, almost amused, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled. The sound of his voice was low, soothing, and it seemed to vibrate through her entire body. Rune shot him a look, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks. "I have not decided shit." The sound of her own voice was rough, defensive, and it seemed to hang in the air like a challenge. "Rune, you have been watching this pack like a mother wolf watches her pups," Marcus said, his voice filled with conviction. "You get defensive when anyone criticizes the systems you built. You light up when the department heads report progress." He sipped his coffee, the sound of the liquid flowing from the cup to his lips, a gentle gurgle. "You have already claimed this pack in your heart. You're just too stubborn to admit it." Rune felt a pang of defensiveness, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of wonder, because he was right. She had claimed them. Somewhere between burning mattresses and implementing structure, between seeing Iris bloom into a confident leader and watching Claire feed elders with genuine care, between training fighters and rebuilding systems, she would stop seeing this as a temporary assignment and started seeing it as hers. "Fuck," she muttered, feeling the weight of her decision settling onto her shoulders like a physical burden. The sound of her own voice was barely audible, a whispered curse that seemed to hang in the air like a challenge. "Yeah," Marcus smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. So the question is not whether you are staying, it is whether you are going to tell Koda before he drives himself crazy, trying not to look like he is hoping. The sound of his voice was low, teasing, and it seemed to vibrate through her entire body. He is hoping? The words slipped out before she could stop them, a soft whisper that seemed to hang in the air like a question. Rune, he has been a mess since you rejected the bond, Marcus said, his voice filled with conviction, trying to be professional, trying to give you space, trying not to pressure you. But he looks at you like you are the answer to every question he has ever had. Marcus's voice softened, filled with a sense of empathy. And you look at him the same way, when you think no one's watching. Rune did not deny it, could not. Not when her wolf pulled toward Koda constantly, not when watching him lead filled her with pride, not when every instinct screamed that he was hers, and she would be an idiot to reject it. The memory of his face was etched in her mind, a warm, golden glow that seemed to fill her entire body. I do not know how to do this, she said quietly, feeling the weight of her decision settling onto her shoulders like a physical burden. The mate bond, being a Luna, being someone's. She swallowed, feeling a lump form in her throat, being someone's partner. Neither does he, Marcus said, his voice filled with conviction. But you will figure it out together. Marcus glanced back at the pack still drilling, the sound of their movements a gentle hum in the background. Rune, that bond is already there whether you acknowledge it or not. You have been acting like his Luna since you arrived. The only difference is you have not claimed the title. What if I fuck it up? Rune asked, feeling a sense of trepidation wash over her like a cold wave. Then you fix it, Marcus said, his voice filled with confidence. Same way you have fixed everything else. He finished his coffee, the sound of the cup hitting the ground a gentle thunk. Stop running from good things. You deserve happiness. He walked away, leaving Rune standing in the dawn light, the weight of the choice pressing down on her like a physical burden. Stay or go, claim what fate offered, or walk away. Be brave or be safe. She found Koda in his office at noon, surrounded by paperwork and looking tired but content. Alliance proposals, budget reports, territory development plans, the work of an alpha who would finally stopped refereeing and started leading. The office was warm, filled with the scent of old books and fresh paper, the sound of scratching pens and rustling papers filling the air. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow over the room, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. Got a minute? Rune asked, feeling a sense of nervousness wash over her like a cold wave. Always, Koda says, smiling, hope and restraint tangled together like the threads of a rope. Come in. She closed the door, suddenly nervous in a way she had not been since she was 16 and newly arrived in Braxton's pack. The sound of the door clicking shut was a soft snap, a sense of finality that seemed to hang in the air like a challenge. She paced once, then stopped, feeling the rough carpet beneath her feet, the cool air on her skin. I am supposed to leave in 2 days, she said, feeling the weight of her decision settling onto her shoulders like a physical burden. I know, Koda said, his voice staying neutral, a sense of calm that seemed to wash over her like a soothing balm. Braxton called, said if you wanted to stay, he would release you. No strings. He told you that? Rune asked, feeling a sense of surprise wash over her like a cold wave. He also told me I would be an idiot if I did not fight for you, Koda said, smiling faintly, a sense of determination etched on his face like a map. But he said the choice had to be yours. He knows me, Rune said, feeling a sense of wonder wash over her like a warm wave. He loves you, Koda said, his voice filled with conviction, a sense of empathy that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. Silence stretched, a sense of anticipation that seemed to hang in the air like a challenge. These 3 weeks, Koda said finally, had been the best and worst of my life. The sound of his voice was low, filled with emotion, and it seemed to vibrate through her entire body. She frowned, feeling a sense of confusion wash over her like a cold wave. That is concerning. Best because you saved my pack, Koda said, his voice filled with conviction. Saved me? Worst because I found my mate and watched her walk away before I could even tell her what she meant to me. Koda, Rune started, feeling a sense of defensiveness wash over her like a cold wave. Let me finish, Koda said, taking a breath, a sense of determination etched on his face like a map. I am not perfect. I fucked up for 6 years. But I want you to stay. Not because the bond demands it, not because the pack needs you, because I want to build something with you, as equals. The words did not hurt. They built a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense of hope that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden light. I am not Luna material, Rune said automatically, feeling a sense of defensiveness wash over her like a cold wave. I am harsh. I scare people. You nurture through structure, Koda said simply, a sense of conviction etched on his face like a map. You protect through accountability. You build safety through strength. That is Luna's work. He stepped closer, still giving her space, a sense of respect that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. He was close enough that she could see the lines around his eyes, the creases on his forehead, the shape of his mouth. The smell of his skin was warm, inviting, a sense of comfort that seemed to wrap around her like a blanket. I am scared, she admitted, feeling a sense of vulnerability wash over her like a cold wave. So am I, Koda said, his voice filled with conviction, a sense of empathy that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. The truth cracked something open. A sense of possibility, a sense of hope, a sense of wonder that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden light. I want to stay, she said suddenly, feeling a sense of determination wash over her like a warm wave. I am terrified, but I want to stay. What if it works? Koda asked softly, a sense of hope etched on his face like a map. She laughed under her breath, a sense of amusement washing over her like a warm wave. You are unfairly convincing. He held out his hand, not demanding, just offering, said respect that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. Rune, stay. She did not take his hand. She grabbed his shirt and kissed him, feeling a sense of desire wash over her like a warm wave. The bond ignited, claimed, chosen, absolute. It was like a key turning in a lock, a sense of click, a sense of recognition that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden light. When they broke apart, breathless, she rested her forehead against his, feeling a sense of wonder wash over her like a warm wave. I am staying, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Because you are worth choosing. His smile was pure light, a sense of joy that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden glow. Yeah. They told the pack at sunset, the reaction explosive. Cheers, howls, laughter, relief. The joy was real, unrestrained, earned. The sound of their voices was a deafening roar, a sense of celebration that seemed to fill the air like a physical presence. The atmosphere was alive, electric with a sense of possibility, a sense of hope that seemed to vibrate through every molecule of air. Welcome home, Luna, Tom said, voice thick, a sense of emotion that seemed to vibrate through his entire body. Rune swallowed, feeling a sense of wonder wash over her like a warm wave. Do not make it weird. Too late, Claire laughed, wiping tears, a sense of joy that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm golden glow. Even Sheila stepped forward, awkward but sincere, a sense of respect that seemed to vibrate through her entire body. I'm glad you stayed, she said. You made us better. Keep earning it, Rune replied, not unkindly, a sense of determination etched on her face like a map. Later, under the stars, Koda wrapped an arm around her, the smell of his skin warm, inviting, a sense of comfort that seemed to wrap around her like a blanket. The sky was a deep shade of indigo, the stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across the fabric of the universe. The air was cool, filled with the scent of blooming flowers, the sound of crickets providing a soothing background hum. No regrets? He asked, his voice low, a sense of concern etched on his face like a map. Rune looked at the pack, safe, thriving, hers, a sense of pride and wonder that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden glow. No, this is right. Welcome home, Luna, Koda said, his voice filled with emotion, a sense of joy that seemed to vibrate through every molecule of air. Do not get soft on me, she warned, leaning into him anyway, a sense of comfort and security that seemed to wrap around her like a blanket. I married terrifying on purpose, he said, his voice filled with amusement, a sense of wonder that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden blow. She snorted, feeling a sense of laughter wash over her like a warm wave. And for the first time in her life, Rune did not feel like running. She would chosen this, chosen love, chosen partnership, chosen herself, and that made all the difference. The sense of wonder, the sense of hope, the sense of possibility that seemed to fill her entire body like a warm, golden light was overwhelming, a sense of joy that seemed to vibrate through every molecule of air. That is the end of this tale, but in the world of the supernatural, there is always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there is more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Do not forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave. Never stop listening.